usually share yours with him. He's not getting that one.
I gave him all my other stuff. Sitting on the floor there, Robert. I don't know who sits on the whole floor. All right.
Okay, we're going to get started here in about 30 seconds. So if you want to take your seats.
I'll make sure.
Okay, welcome to the Morgan County Commission meeting. Today is February 6, 2024. All members of the commission are present. We welcome those joining us here in the room and also those who are joining us online. We will begin with an invocation or moment of reflection and the Pledge of Allegiance, and I've asked Commissioner Anderson to take care of that.
Our dear Heavenly Father, we're grateful for this opportunity we have to meet as residents, as a commission, as elected officials, and be able to discuss the items that we have before us. We are grateful for the freedoms that we have and the ability to actually do this in this great country, and grateful for the founding fathers and grateful for what they were inspired to do with the Constitution and other things to help create the freedoms that we have. Grateful for those who have served, who are serving to help protect this country. Grateful for our first responders and the time that immense amount of time they take away from their families for all of our safety. Thankful for all those things and the blessings that we receive daily from thee. And I say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Please rise and repeat the Pledge of Allegiance after me. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Anderson. We have two consent items on this evening's agenda. The first is the review and approval of the commission meeting minutes for December 19th, and the second is the meeting minutes for January 16th. Are there any adjustments to the minutes that have not already been provided?
Item 2, the ratification of the use of the ARPA funds. And the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth line down, it's the Children's Justice Center. As opposed to Justine. Did you already get that one? And then Ron Whitaker's comments in the citizen comment portion, the last sentence should say Wasatch Peaks Ranch.
It should also be Ron Whittier, not Whitaker.
And then in the second, let's see, this is the second item in the section, public hearing section. In the motion, end of the third line, beginning of the fourth pen add us close pen comma. I don't know what,
Oh, yeah, that's,
I think that whole thing can just be deleted, dwelling units to add code. You already have that one.
yeah, I was gonna say, that's one of mine marks. Hmm, I don't know what you did. There's also, if you're ready for some more,
Are we talking December 19th or January 16th?
yeah, we're still on 19.
Well, the last one from Commissioner McConnell was regarding the December, or the January 16th
You
minutes,
remember?
Sorry.
isn't it?
Yeah,
What
that's
you
in the
said.
19th one. If that's the,
Oh,
look.
okay.
I didn't think I composted it, but maybe I did.
No, it's in the 19th.
Okay, I was incorrect.
That's the first one.
Okay, so any other
19th.
changes for the December 19th meeting minutes?
Let me make sure. No, that's all I had
Okay.
for that one.
Any adjustments to the January 16th meeting minutes?
Yes, many. Sorry, didn't get them to you before. You've got Commissioner Wilson online multiple times, which is okay, but then there were times that he was not online. Okay, as he says, you've got under number 3, you've got Commissioner Wilson join the meeting live. Was that live online or live here? Okay, then that's okay, and then from there on down, you've got Matt Wilson and number 4 online, number 5 online, number 6 online, and so forth throughout the whole thing. Okay? So, those need to be corrected. Let's see if there was any more.
I think it's okay in one motion where they're both consent items unless anybody disagrees.
Can you have those corrected before, so that you can make sure that they're posted by the proper time? Okay.
Yeah, she's been correcting those and we've been signing them at the meeting and getting them posted immediately after. so-
Okay, all right, sounds good. Let's do them both.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes, meeting minutes for the County Commission meetings for December 19th, 2023 and January 16th, 2024.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second to approve the meeting minutes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, declarations of conflict of interest for any commissioners, any items on tonight's agenda? Okay, seeing none, we will move to our public comment period. This is an opportunity for the public to address the commission. We do have 3 public hearing items later this evening. Those are the items in section G, so there will be an opportunity for the public to address the commission regarding each of those items. But if there's any other items you wish to address the commission on, please come forward now.
Good evening. I'm Mary Early. I'm sorry. My question, planned development can always be good, done properly. What I've seen in the 25 years I've lived here is a lot of times we put the cart before the horse. I had an appointment this past week, and I couldn't get off Trappers Loop. The old highway is so congested. It was like trying to make a left-hand turn on I-15. The more that things are approved and developed, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. I only say this because of safety of life and urgent care. If someone broke a leg or needed stitches where they didn't need an ambulance and they just needed to get off Trappers Loop, that would not happen. So I guess my question to you all is, what is the plan for the 84 interchange or a three-way stop or something for the traffic to flow.
So this is not a question and answer. This is just an opportunity for you to make comment to the commission. So
Okay.
we don't necessarily answer. We can write down your question, and we may answer that later in the meeting. But,
Sure.
But this isn't a question and answer time.
Sure. Okay, so my concern would be safety of life and traffic flow. As people come forward and want to rezone and put in more condos and put in more homes and just to look after the community and keep it safe. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sure, Mary Everly,
Everly?
like the Everly Brothers.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mary.
16-year-olds wouldn't know that.
Okay. Seeing no additional public comment, we will move to item E, which is our presentations. We have one presentation this evening, and that is a presentation from our interim county administrative manager.
Thank you, Commission. It's been an interesting first 3 weeks. Definitely something that I've seen is that we have great leadership here in the county, and that's evident in the longevity of your employees and how long they stick around, and not just one office in particular, but several. In that, I'm requesting that I'm asking you to sign 2 thank you cards. The first is for the City of Morgan. If you've been to our council meetings, commission meetings before, you will remember our awful chairs. These cost us nothing. All of this furniture was surplus by the City of Morgan and now graces us. And then the chairs from here went to our veterans meeting, our veterans room, which they're very grateful for. And then their chairs were the original chairs to the building. They're beautiful. They're solid wood. I'm in conversation with the wood department, the wood working class teachers at the school to have those refinished, possibly next fall, as part of their curriculum in their fall semester. So I have a request for a thank you card for that. The other is, upon arriving here, we did not have available space for our new mothers. That space is made available to us by the county assessor, and just wanted to thank her for giving us that space and addressing that need that we had. Lastly, on the to sign list, we are our dome project technically is due in 3 days. It's not up because we don't have a foundation. The RFP for that rewrite is going to be done next week, hopefully, and it's going to be sent to Blaine and I to review before it's reposted. We did post last year. We got no submissions for that, for the August 15th deadline. We do have the dome. It is up on East Canyon, but we just don't have the infrastructure in which to assemble it. So we need a formal request for extension signed, so I have that for you as well. As for my report of things going on in the county, I have too many pieces of paper in front of me. Let's see. We have Commissioner Fackrell had mentioned his question having to do with a PID item that was tabled last meeting, and just wanted to point out that your request to table that further would need to be another motion. So wanting to cover that before we are out of compliance. And UDOT, lady might have stepped out, but UDOT is going out for RFP for the environmental study on the Mountain Green interchange, but they're not awarding it until the end of this week. So we are hoping at the end of this week, when UDOT gives us who they have awarded that environmental study to, that we can put something out to the press so our citizens know that we're not inactioning intentionally. We're kind of held up in the politics of the environmental study with UDOT. Let's see. Chairs I addressed. I still need, if you have public meetings on separate boards that you sit on, if you have calendar updates for us to put on our website so our citizens can be involved in those, I would love those calendar updates. And I would like the county to consider doing a State of the Community event or a publication. And with the new LAA program with WFRC, they can definitely assist us in putting a publication together to just kind of let the county know what's going on and where we stand with things. And that's my report. Do you have any questions for me at this time?
Yeah, I do. Who's your contact with UDOT?
With UDOT? That was at our WFRC meeting, and that was
Sorry, Andrew or, oh, Madison.
That was but he's talking about the UDOT, that when they came in, I believe that was the COG meeting, and they told us about
Travis, yeah.
the executive
Okay.
director of,
I've got, I'll make a couple calls, but I think I've got some updates for you on that, so.
okay, because we would love to get it out to the public that bid's been awarded, but we are handlocked for at least a year. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kate, appreciate it. Okay, you will notice that on our agenda, we have a 6 o'clock budget hearing. To wait until that time to have the actual budget hearing, and so we're going to proceed with our action items, and we'll come back right around the 6 o'clock hour just after to hold that budget hearing. So we will move to action item F1. This is a discussion, decision in the Recreation Department, a request to allow private donation to fund the NEPA study for Fairgrounds Project Phase 1.
Good evening, commissioners. So I am here. Last year, I applied for the Land and Water Conservation Grant and the RTP grant. And at that time, we were unable to find funding for a study that falls under NEPA. And so ultimately, we weren't awarded these grants and lost the opportunity of about $1.5 million in funding for the Fairgrounds project. Since that time, I've been able to find people in the community that agree that an environmental assessment should be done before we move forward with this project and are willing to privately fund it themselves. So tonight, I'm here to ask if I can move ahead with getting that privately funded.
What's the anticipated funding of it?
It's roughly $30,000.
Jared, that study that we've got going on, go ahead and would you explain what's going on with that one before I go into what I found out?
I'm sorry, I was gonna ask something else. What are you asking me?
Go
now?
ahead.
Oh,
that-
thank you. So do we know, so let's see, NEPA study. I think they have a lot of different phases of studies in environmental and wetlands and a bunch of different things that a NEPA can include. Who's, or how do we know what we're studying in that? And a lot, sorry, just second one to add to that, we are signing a contract to have the FEMA floodplain reduced. We don't know to where or to what amount, but that would also probably affect this study, but I don't, can you answer those questions?
So I've been talking with the Division of Outdoor Resource with the state, and they said that we will probably need the second tier NEPA, so not the full EIS, but the environmental assessment, which is just like the environment and the cultural and things like that that we can contract out to have done. And then having that testing done would then make us eligible for federal or state funding should we choose to pursue grants again. I would like to reapply for those 2 grants, as I'm told from the state that we do have a high likelihood of it. They really like the project, and that the applications for those grants are due at the end of the month. So I would like to get started and at least show that I have a budget for this NEPA required testing beforehand to help put us that much farther ahead when I apply.
Lydia, do you have the name of that representative from DNR you've been discussing this with?
His name's Evan. I can't pronounce his last name, but I can send you his
Evan
contact.
Vicker?
What?
Was it Evan Vicker?
No.
Okay, not Evan
Sorry.
Vicker.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind, I'll get with you after and get his contact information. Thank you.
There's a couple of things that I found out, and I've talked to Lydia about it already, and that was just what you were saying, as far as different levels of NEPA. And when I was talking with WFRC last week, last week, they were saying that they don't think we need to go for a total NEPA
For what?
for this project that she's asking for. We do not need the total, we need, I mean, there's a lot of different levels, like you say. And what, let me read my notes. We can, there's some funding, and we may only need the Cat X. So now, the question I have is, you're gonna go out and collect the funds for a NEPA project, or a NEPA review, whatever they call it. And if we go out and we collect too much, because you're gonna need $30,000, if by chance we go and you collect $35,000, then what do?
I'm sure that if the people of the community are willing to fund something so that we can build a park, I don't think that they would have any take back in, can we continue to use that donation towards the development of the park?
I would just, for me personally, I'd like, I don't want to not do the project, because you know I do, very, very much. But what I'm wondering is if we're putting the cart before the horse,
Well,
or
no,
the
no.
horse before the cart,
Yeah,
and we're not ready for it yet.
I think we could get a meeting with Evan, because it sounds like the discussions you've had with him has been, these are the steps we need to take. So maybe just a meeting with Commissioner Fackrell and I, and you and Evan, just to follow up on that, I think would be good.
Okay. I have been monitoring the current floodplain study and the wetlands as well, and currently where phase 1 sits, there isn't much of an overlap. There's a small amount that may need mitigation, and that's it. My kind of only rush on this is that the applications for those grants are due at the end of the month, and I have to be able to show that we are at least willing. I don't want to do the full NEPA. I don't want to do the full EIS. I just want to do the environmental assessment that will tell us how things are going to be impacted, maybe if we need to berm a river, or if we need to work around wetlands and things like that, so that we can make sure that we're not negatively impacting the environment before we begin development.
So one of the concerns that I brought up last time we talked about these grant opportunities, and I still have it, and it's not been addressed to my knowledge, is that federal funding is wonderful, but it comes with a lot of strings attached. And in many cases, that federal funding and the strings attached to it ends up costing you more money than it would if we just outlaid the money ourselves to do the project. So I'm concerned about spending $30,000 to do an EA, which we may or may not need. If we don't do federal funding, we don't need the EA. We can do it ourselves without that. I think we need to first decide, are we really willing to take the federal funding? What are the strings attached? And are we willing to deal with those strings that are attached to that funding? So to me, we're a little too early here. We still don't even have a set plan for the fairgrounds area. You're talking about phase 1 of it, but I haven't seen a plan that shows phases. So what plan are we talking about here?
Referring to the master plan that was created by a bunch
Last
of people,
year.
and yeah, last year when I originally applied.
That's never been adopted.
Right.
So I think we need to adopt a plan.
Right.
Then
I
we can
agree.
talk about, do we want federal funding or not? And if we want federal funding, then let's talk about going forward with the grant application.
We-
But I think it would be unwise to rush through this.
What we need to do, Mike, is with this, if we do anything to the river, we're gonna have to accept either federal funding, we have to work with the EPA on the river, because that's owned by them. That's something we have to deal with, unfortunately. So I'm in favor of that, but we don't have to do everything now, and I agree with you. I think we're not ready yet.
So, Mr. Chair, I just got a comment on that.
Yeah.
And I think it's good to have a discussion about this. We have had a master plan that's been posted on the website. It might not be 2 years, but it might be 18 months. We have had, I don't know how many meetings about this master plan. My concern is the more we say this isn't ready, or we haven't approved this yet, we are missing out on funding opportunities. You know, the response I would have to Lydia is, if this is a rush, then let's meet with Evan tomorrow. You know, if we have to pass a plan that we've looked at for a year and a half now, then let's pass it as soon as possible so that we don't miss out on these funds. Every year we set it aside, we miss out on funds.
Well,
That's
again,
my-
I think we need to decide if we want those funds. Do we want the federal funding or not?
Well, it's not just federal. Federal's just a small portion of it, because there's a whole lot more that she's been working on that has to do with recreation and outdoor rec that we need to go and have. And it has nothing to do with the CW land or whatever it is
Land and water conservation.
yeah, Land and Water Conservation Fund. So there's a lot to it besides just what she's requesting tonight.
Can we set up that meeting with Evan as soon as possible, and then I think we'll have a little bit better response.
Yes.
Commissioner Fackrell and I we can copy Lydia and get it out to the commission and let you know
Yeah.
where we're at.
I mean, there's some things I also learned that we can maybe work forward to, and that is that one field that everybody wants to have that field put into a field for all activities. In my meeting a few weeks ago, that one is actually, we can put, I mean, that's going to take a little bit more, and we can do that infrastructure on that field to get it out of the water so that it's a maintainable field all year round, or not all year, but all summer long, to enjoy that. So that's something we need to work with all these different individuals. It's all just part of the plan, and we have to get, like Jared says, we've got to get that plan finalized as to what we want. And I think Jeremy said we had like 30 comments from that public plan, and that was it, 30 or 33, something like that. So my opinion is I think we ought to postpone the request for the money, or you to be able to go out and get that money. I know we can have it. I know there's a lot of individuals that would like to support it, and also not just that, they want to support another part of the fairgrounds, and they would pay for it in private monies. But we need to get our whole plan together before we do it.
Agreed.
So just so Lydia has direction, do you want her to start drafting that grant while that discussion is
Well,
happening?
We already have the grant
Request?
request
I can
from last year.
resubmit what I had last year.
Yeah, we can resubmit that, so it's basically, it's more or less done, minus a couple items that we need to add to it. So if we get working like Jared and I tomorrow with Lydia, and we can work on that other, with Evan or whoever it is, if we can meet with them, I mean, then I think we can move forward at that point, and at the next meeting, we could have maybe a consensus and submit it.
Evan did also point out that any kind of private funding we get could potentially be used as that match for the grant too, as well. So I know federal funding can be kind of a hassle, but if it cuts our costs in half, then I'm at least willing to do what I can.
Well, and just to add to that, anytime somebody is giving the county money to do a study, as long as it doesn't hurt us, that's there's absolutely no reason we should turn that away unless, I mean, it's got to be a pretty good reason. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 2 is a request from the Oregon County Historical Department. I will note that the Historical Society has moved offices from the library to the Commercial Street. That move took place last week, and wanted to just thank the Public Works folks who helped, as well as all the smaller stuff was moved by some private individuals that volunteered to do that. So that move has taken place. They're in the process of setting up the train station. It'll take them a couple of weeks to get that done, and then it will be open to the public. As part of that project and the move to the train station, which, by the way, the station has been restored beautifully, so when it is open, encourage the public to go take a look. But as part of that, they would like to hold an open house and kind of a celebration in June of this year when the weather warms up and it's easier for people to get out. So they've made a request for some funding to do that. and I've included in your packet kind of a brief listing of their request. The total amount will probably come out to be significantly less, but the request is for up to $5,000 to put this event on.
One of the things, I don't know if Matt was going to talk about this or not.
I just wanted to know, are we combining with the city on it or not, or is this a county
This is-
So
only?
this is a county department. The city does own the train station. We're actually in an agreement. We lease that space from them, although we have a grant that's going to pay for that lease for 5 years. After that, the county will pay to lease it. However, the city has set up, as part of that grant funding, they've purchased quite a bit of merchandise that'll be sold there as part of the visitor center, and the idea is for that merchandise to cover the cost of the building upkeep and lease in the future. So it'll give us 5 years to get that rolling, and then that will kick in.
One of the items, Cindy, our historian, has been attending our Tourism Tax Advisory Board also. And so we're becoming involved in that. We're putting effort into that project. Anyway, just for the public's information, we are going to try to have it open 6 days a week. We won't have it open on Sunday, but it will be open 5 days a week, or 6 days a week. And the tourism department will be taking over one of those days. The other thing with that is I just have a question: is what funding are you requesting it from for this event?
That's up to this commission, I guess. It will be tourism related, so I suppose we could talk about TRT funding for that, or we could take general fund money. I don't know that I have a preference.
I was wondering if you wanted to put it or take it from the normal historical funds, which you have plenty of in there, and use it for that purpose this event.
I don't think we have plenty of in there. Are you talking about a fund balance?
Fund balance.
There's not a fund balance for the Historical Society.
It's
There is
in
for the library, but
It's
there's
the
not
library, but the
specifically for the
history,
Historical Society.
historical, not the Historical Society, but the history of our county. The historian, there is a fund, but there's not a fund balance, but it's part of the library funds.
Correct.
that take
And
care
the
of
library
that.
does have a fund balance.
That's
However,
right.
the Historical Society does not have a specific fund balance.
So what I'm wondering is if we could take some from that and some from the tourism.
Yeah, I'm sure we could.
Okay, so,
I mean, there's sufficient there
Yeah.
in the library fund balance. I don't know if there's a specific amount that you're comfortable with from the tourism dollars or not. You know, if you want to do half and half, or,
I don't know at this point.
I mean, ultimately, we'd just do a budget adjustment, I think, and move it into the Historical Society budget when the time comes, but.
Right.
Any thoughts?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve the request for the Morgan Front Street Festival funding in an amount up to $5,000. Half to come from the tourism fund and half to come from the library fund.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Motion passes. Okay, moving on to item number 3. Kate, this is a request to approve a resolution to amend the county employee handbook to define stipends and county-owned phone use.
Thank you. At current, we do have county cell phones, and we also have stipends. What we do not have is a policy that defines how that is paid out. And right now, it is very cumbersome, both on, for the stipend especially, for our employees, as well as our clerk auditor's office, and having to handle the AP to pay that as a check. Normally, this is paid through payroll as an IRS taxable benefit. And so this would define that and also define the terms and use of that as well. This would open up the ability to receive stipends for certain office holders and employees that are not currently receiving stipends, but it would be part of their office budget and up to their department head or their elected official.
Looks like the max stipend is $30 per month.
That is what we currently pay, yes.
I've had some comments from one department head that they are, if we enact this today, we would end up potentially, I mean, if we're gonna take it to where you can't, if this county phone that you receive, the county phone, and it's for businesses purposes only, yet it's your only phone, or possibly it's the phone you carry with you at work, and your wife has to call you, or your husband?
That's defined in here.
No, it's not.
So there are two different things. There's a county-owned cell phone, so there's a whole policy on that. And then there's a stipend. You can't have both. That's defined. The stipend would be your personal phone. It's to account for the time and use that it's used for county business, like commissioners texting you, what have you. That would cover that time. That would just go toward your phone bill. Right now, we require that you submit your phone bill and then we cut you a paper check for $30. This puts it through IRS payroll as a taxable benefit.
So they can either choose to get a county-issued phone, which would be only for county business, or they can continue use of their personal phone
And it's not their
receive a
choice.
stipend.
It's not their choice. It is the choice of the department head or the elected official.
What I'd like to know is, can we have this as a discussion amongst some of the department heads next Monday at our department head meeting, and discuss it with all of them and see if this fits? If it doesn't, because, I mean, we already have, they can get a stipend already for some cell phones. Well, they've been getting them.
Correct, but there's no continuity
Yeah,
Right.
and the problem is there's not a good policy.
and there's no equity, yes.
Right.
And there's no policy.
So maybe what we need to do is discuss this next Monday at our department heads meeting, and just let them have a heads up on it, or basically let them give us their opinions, and then we could approve it at the next meeting.
What type of review are you looking for from them?
What they think, what kind of ramifications, what's gonna happen. I mean, the person I talked to basically says, well, I'm going to, I mean, if I have to either get, right now he has currently a cell phone from the county, but if by chance he doesn't have that anymore, because he's using his, he doesn't want to carry around two phones. I don't either. And I'm not going to request any stipends for it anyway. But he's saying that if you cannot get a,
Personal call on a county-owned phone.
let me just read it, or at least get it up here.
I don't think this says you can't get a personal call on a county-owned phone. That's not what I read here.
I also think the discussion would surround, if that's the only phone that you have is a county-issued one, and we did enact this policy, then someone that was using a county-owned phone for personal may need to shift to the stipend if we enacted this policy. And so I do think, if there was more discussion to be had, it might kind of define that more clearly, or say, well, what are the options if this were to take place? And that's the one that comes to my mind. I have two phones, neither of them are county, but I use them for different things, and I don't like to carry two either. But if I did have a county phone that I couldn't use for my, ongoing personal use, I can take a call here and there, right, if that's where I'm available. But if I'm using it as my primary personal phone, then I think the stipend option would be a better fit than a county-owned phone option.
I just can't see that people are paying by the minute anymore, aren't they? Are they? I don't see anybody doing that anymore, so I would think the stipend because it does say county-owned cell phones are intended to be used for county business only in there, so I do think it needs to
But I
probably
would
go
expect
more to
them
the
take the
stipend.
stipend if they want to use it for both.
And I would feel more comfortable with waiting for the meeting if I thought I met with all the electeds and department heads on this, but if there's even one that's not comfortable with it, it's just gonna push it back, because I think we have it, it doesn't go into effect until you pass it, so it just would be another
2 weeks.
payroll
Yeah.
that it wouldn't be on. And we would pay it in 15, and it would only be 24, not the 26 payrolls.
Okay. Well, I would like to talk with in our department heads meeting, and talk with them and see if there's anything they want to add to it or not, or if they want to have that discussion. That's
That's a motion.
sure. It's not really a motion, though.
Why don't you make a motion then?
Okay, I move that we postpone this until the next meeting, so that we have a chance to talk to the department heads. The motion is I want to postpone it to the following meeting.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to postpone till the February 20th meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, item number 4. This is a request to add a policy to the county employee handbook in reference to county assets being used in funeral processions of county employees.
Push start. This is in reaction to a possible loss of one of our county employees in the near future. And at present, we don't have a policy that allows for a county asset to be used in a funeral procession, meaning that if we were to lose, heaven forbid, one of our sheriff's deputies or emergency management, emergency service personnel, they have to come before the commission and request that a fire truck or a sheriff's deputy vehicle can be in their funeral procession, and I don't feel that that's right. I feel like this encompasses all county employees. Should something happen to Brett and he wants a road grader in his funeral procession, but at the end of the day, it's protecting county asset, because by federal law, you can't use taxpayer dollars for private purpose, but I feel like we should protect those that are protecting us, and we should honor their service, and that's why I'm requesting that this be put in the county employee handbook.
Questions?
Did you come up with this wording all on your own?
I did.
I move that we pass resolution CR 24-04.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve resolution CR 24-04. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 5, a request to pay out one-time action comp hours of employees whose limit exceeds that allowable in the county employee handbook.
So currently, our county handbook states that an employee cannot exceed 24 hours of compensatory time, after which that time is automatically supposed to be paid out. That has not historically been happening, nor do we have a good system, or we do now, of tracking those hours. And in that, we have 4 and potentially 5 employees that were not paid out their compensatory time. And one you passed last meeting to allow him to retain and not lose those hours, but there's no possible way that he can use 184 hours of compensatory time. Per our employee handbook, he has to use those hours before he can use his vacation. So either way, it's going to be a debt upon the county that is owed to him. We don't want to punish our employees for being short-staffed and for them having to take additional time out. So this These are the 5 employees that it would affect. I'd like to address them in 2 separate chunks. The first being 4 actual employees, the last being the county sheriff. These are hours he earned before he became an elected official, and they were never paid out, which they should have been paid out upon him going from a county employee into an elected official. But that's, there, we don't really have a clear policy on that, which we will address in a later resolution. If we were to pay out the employees only and not the sheriff, it would be $10,806.32. If we were to pay out the sheriff, it would be $11,985.60. We currently have a $50,000 budget line item for this purpose, and I'm asking that we clear these out so that we're not punishing our employees that had to work additional hours last year due to short staffing. Nor do I want them to lose their time.
Can I make a comment to this?
Absolutely.
And I feel like I need, is Manager Becker, is that what we'd
Just
say?
Kate. Just
Kate.
Kate.
I just appreciate all the work you've done on this. I want to make sure we're cautious when we move forward with this as far as.
Not setting
I
a
believe-
precedent?
No, no. There's been, if you have an individual that is earning these compensatory hours on top of their normal hours and nobody's aware of it, maybe the manager's aware of it, but they're not talking to commission, they're not telling anybody what's happening.
Correct.
And then come year end, by the way, I've got all these extra hours and I need to get paid for it. I don't think that's the proper way. I agree that this helps address the payout, but I also think we've got to have something in place where if we start going out of bounds, somebody's made aware, the managers are made aware, the commission's made aware. Maybe the commission's going to say, don't go out of bounds, use a third party to go out of bounds. I don't know, but there's one circumstance here where it was quite,
Correct.
I mean, it's a lot of hours. So anyway, that's just my thoughts.
I will say that is addressed in 2 more resolutions from now.
Because I was going to say that I didn't know that we were short-staffed in our sheriff's department. I knew the one planning, but this is what happens and has happened many times in other resolutions that we've tried to be fair in, is we get changes and changes and changes, and people keep coming and coming and coming. Well, so
So this is more.
I have a concern.
Okay, so by statute, by law, FLSA law, we have to pay out all of this at least down to 24 hours.
Okay.
So this is just emptying.
So why are they not
Sorry,
taking
what-
their time?
Yeah, the point I'm making that might be adding
Okay.
to Commissioner Wilson is rewind. The minute you hit 25 hours, get in here, either talk to your department head or elected official, and then come into commission to talk to us. If maybe we're going to say, no, state your 24 hours. And if they say we absolutely have to, okay, well, what can we do? Can we use, are there other employees that can make up and get to their 24 hours? It seems like, no, I feel like we're not being informed enough, and we don't know what's going on. And all of a sudden at the end of the year, hey, by law, we have to pay this out. Well, that's not the point. The point is, how did we get here?
Correct, and technically they should have been paid out in that payroll, not a lump sum at the end of the year. They should have been paid out within one pay cycle
As it
over
happened.
24. And it is an issue of time management, and I hear you. This is last year's sin. We have to pay out
Well,
something.
the other issue, or I guess concern I have, is I understand why we have our sheriff's deputies on hourly pay and not salary pay. But for planning staff in this situation, I mean, should we be considering moving them to a salary pay situation so that they are FSLA exempt? I mean, to earn hundreds of hours in comp time is probably not the best thing. Now, I'm not suggesting that they work more than their typical 40 hours if they were moved to salary based, but clearly we should have done something different so that we're not paying.
And I believe Josh has, or Mr. Cook has identified that. That was an issue of us only having one, and now we'll soon have 2 to share that load. The gentleman that has earned almost 184 compensatory hours, he doesn't intend to earn any more, But at the same time, there's no way he could burn
No,
this.
we knew that one. We
But-
absolutely knew that
But we
one.
agreed last session to let him keep it in bank.
And use it within 20.
But FLSA
within-
says we should have
Pay it
paid
out.
it out at least down to 24 hours.
I was just surprised to see more already on there.
This is all as of last year.
So my question on that is we last time agreed to have him go down to 107 hours, correct? That was in our last resolution that we did on this one, was to go down to 107 hours, or 100 and some odd hours. And we were gonna pay him out for that 80 hours, 2 weeks worth. And then he would be able to take those 100 hours that he has left over and use them this year. That's what we had done our last meeting.
So the issue with that, what Kate has been talking about, is FLSA
It's telling us we can't.
is telling us, it's down to the 24. And so there is a policy coming up where that's going to be addressed a little bit differently. And I think what it comes down to also is each elected official and department head kind of managing that more so in the office and saying, well, if you're going over, let's see if we can move some of these duties to someone else in the office. But that might be something more that would come up at a management meeting where everyone's aware of the policies and what we can and can't do. Because I think part of it has just been, ignorance of some of the FLSA standards or an inability to come to an alignment as elected officials and department heads. And so I think that as we use management meetings to address these concerns, then we can self-regulate a little bit more, and elected officials or department heads who have been able to manage their office and spread workload, maybe those ideas can be shared so that we don't have this issue ongoing. And I think the policy that will be coming up in 2 action items will also be able to help address that and just make sure that the policy is well known, it's published, it's trained on as well. But yes, you did make that decision before. We're back again because FLSA requires something different.
So do we have to repeal that last one?
I think they can work in conjunction. This will supersede and allow both
And then,
to move forward.
you say that they have to have it paid. I mean, if they go over their 24-hour accumulated time, does that mean that they have to be paid for that in the next pay period, or do they get a certain period of time to use it?
The
So-
24 hours they have, I believe our policy says it recommends use within 3 to 4 months, but it is up to the elected official or department head when that time can be taken so that it does not affect the work of the office. But then anything that they make bank over 24 hours is supposed to be paid out. There's no possible way that we can track that in the same pay period, but we can catch that in the following pay period. So if someone were to hit hour 25, we wouldn't catch that until the pay period that they hit hour 25, but we would pay out that 1 hour in the following pay cycle.
But a department head or elected official is watching time cards for payroll purposes. So if they see that it's up to that 24, then they can make a direction and say, don't go above. This is where you need to be at until you use some of your compensatory time. Now, there may be times where that's not feasible, as it was with this gentleman we've been talking about, because there is no other person in the building licensed to do what he does. And so it wasn't feasible, and now hopefully it's remedied, having another building official coming. But hopefully with some training, I think the idea wouldn't be to have this happen more and more often, but to provide the elected officials and department heads with the knowledge, tools, ideas of how to not allow it to happen and keep it down as much as you can to 0, right? And then if you have a couple bad weeks, maybe you get to that 24, but then you allow them to take that time and have some time off. I think the other thing that Chair Newton has brought up as well is we're more effective when we do take that time off, and so we don't want to keep burning the candle at both ends with all of our employees, because then we lose the productivity, and thereby now we're having more compensatory hours, and we get into that cycle where, you know, if you're burned out, you need to take some time off, reset, and then you come back and you're more efficient. So I think all of these things we're discussing can address, you know, ongoing issues. And if we have an emergency for a couple weeks, okay, we've got a policy for that, but we don't want the policy exception to become the rule. And we want people to take time off and be able to recuperate and then come back and have that good work-life balance.
So in this is the policy. However, my question on this is, okay, you said up to 3 or 4 months that they can use that 24 hours.
Is the
So,
recommendation.
a recommendation. We don't have it in here. Can we add that to it?
It's already in the language.
It's in what?
In the employee handbook?
The amount that they take, I mean,
This is just a resolution to pay those
Pay out.
employees that are over the 24.
Okay.
as
That
of-
language is already in the employee
The
handbook,
employee handbook already has that.
all right.
which we are clearly not following.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve Resolution CR-24-05, a resolution of the Morgan County Commission to pay out the compensatory hours of certain employees identified in the resolution.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Commissioner Fackrell. Okay, we will move to item number 6.
This one's easier.
Okay.
So we are required to have a privacy policy statement of what we do and capture as far as citizen information if they are to utilize the county website. We do not have that posted as of now, so this is the drafted language for that privacy policy that will be linked at the base of the county, any county ran website, and it has to come complete with contact information, which we have identified as Jeremy, should someone have a question or issue with this policy.
I have no problem with this.
It's a lot of fine print.
Yes, it is.
Did you write all this also?
I did.
Now, I do have a question. Okay,
Yeah.
I mean, you've got 2 pages worth of Exhibit A.
Yep.
Does that have to be on the website, or is it a link from the website?
It is a link from the website. So everything in Exhibit A, that whole section, all the way, so page 3 through 5. Oh, do I have, okay, yes. Everything 3 through 5 will be on the website in probably smaller font because it's the website.
Can't see it
So
as it is.
You're not gonna.
So is this gonna be one of those boxes on the?
Yeah, the
that nobody
mandatory-
can read and they have to
exactly.
accept it in order to move forward?
No, this is not a cookie. This is it's just, we're required, the state auditor dinged us on it that we did not have one. We're just required to show what we can and cannot use personal captured information for. And this pretty much covers anything and everything that we could possibly even want to capture and what we could possibly do with it.
So sorry, then, okay.
So usually on
So
a.
so if this is written and in place, how is anybody aware of it?
How was any?
Does
oh.
it need to be aware, does anybody need to be aware that this exists, or?
It goes on our website,
It just goes
right?
on the
In
website.
fine print at the bottom of the
Okay,
website.
so if it goes on the fine print at the bottom of the website, nobody has to approve it, we don't have to verify that anybody's read it or care?
Nope.
But we're gonna put it as fine print?
It just has to be available to them to read should they be so interested.
Okay.
And if we add "I'm not a robot" on our website, we can determine how many citizens in our county are
As
actually
long as it's not like,
human beings.
identify the bicycles, because I'm not good at that.
Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve Resolution CR-24-06, a resolution of the Morgan County Commission approving the language of the county's privacy policy statement for the county website.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. We are going to move to our budget hearing as we are at the 6 o'clock hour. So we're going to go a little bit backwards here in our agenda. This is amendment to the county's 2023 budget. This will be our final amendment to the 2023 budget.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm here seeking approval of Resolution CR 2402. The resolution will be amending the surveyor budget, the jail budget, and the courthouse buildings and grounds budgets. Excuse me. We will be budgeting for a grant for section corner replacement. The jail and courthouse budgets went over budget. The jail increased the fees they are charging the county, and the courthouse went over because an employee's been allowed to work overtime that has not been budgeted for. I hope you had a chance to review the budget worksheets. We had many departments that stayed within their budget, and I think they should be commended for doing so. However, we are still having some struggles with some departments turning bills in after the deadline. We just need to be more diligent in tracking our expenses made in December and remembering we need to keep money in our budget to pay those bills because they're going to come in January, and we need to have that money to pay them and not spend everything in December and then be out. So,
Isn't that what a PO system's for?
a purchase order system?
Mhm.
We aren't really using a purchase order system.
So our departments aren't using any type of PO system.
Not very rarely.
That's something we need to improve upon.
Sure be easy to add up your POs for the month.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you want to do, but we are still struggling in that.
I just want to make a comment. I talked with Leslie today about it, and we're going to have a discussion next month in March to go over budgets and what the department heads need to do for that PO system or whatever one you want, because I don't like us increasing the budget, even though the monies that we don't use go back into the general fund at the end of the year. If we don't use it, I don't like increasing that budget, because we told the people that we were going to set a budget, and that's the budget we have to follow. Sure, there's going to be unknowns, but that's why we try to have that fund balance there for those unknowns. But I want us to make sure that we go and try to adhere to the budget that we set. And we set a budget in December. I'd like us to see if we can stay within that budget, the total budget throughout the year. If we need to move money within that budget, that's fine, but I don't want to increase the budget. And so,
And what I told Blaine is I hate to take money from their budget to fix that, because if they're planning on that money for other bills that are coming in, they're still going to go over budget. That's the issue.
and so we're going to have to take a stronger look at all those budgets this year.
Well, and I think that budget change form, we did ask them where that money should come from. We need to push on that really hard and make sure that they understand that where possible, it should come from within their budget.
Okay.
If not, maybe it does need to come from the fund balance. But in terms of making budget adjustments, we're always going to have budget adjustments, and this section corner item is a good example of that. We had grant money come in. We have to
Right.
adjust the budget to show the revenue and the expenditure. So we're always going to have budget amendments and budget adjustments, and I do agree with you, it would be best if our departments are able to keep within their budget. And if they're going to go over budget, number one, they need to be letting us know way beforehand. And number two, if it's because there's a revenue line item associated, like a grant, great, that's wonderful. And that's easy for us to see. But if it's simply because there was maybe poor management of an employee's hours or things like that, those need to be addressed. And that kind of goes back to the discussion we had earlier about comp time. I mean, those amounts, if a department head allows comp time to exceed the 24 hours and we have to pay it out, that's coming out of their budget. And we don't budget extra fluff for salaries. So if they're spending more than their budgeted amount, they're going to go over budget, and they need to recognize that. Maybe we need to talk about implementing a situation where if there's going to be a budget adjustment, the department head needs to come in here and plead their case rather than just sending it through you.
I agree.
Because we've had too many cases where we get these requests and it's like, oh, adjusted another 10,000 or 5,000 or 6,000. Maybe we need to think about that, and we can talk about that in our administrative meeting.
Well, and our department heads have complete access to employees' hours, their comp time, their vacation, their budget. They have complete access to that. They don't have to wait for me to print a report every month. They can look at it immediately and know. We just need to do a little bit better. But really, I want to compliment the ones that did stay within their budget, because we did have some that did amazing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I did also. I looked at all that and talked with Leslie on it. That is absolutely correct. We had some departments that really did well, and
Yes.
we need to commend them.
Absolutely, yeah, we definitely thank those departments who stayed within their budgets. And I would note that just because a department maybe went outside of their budget, there may have been things outside of their control, and
Right.
we
Well,
certainly
like the
understand
jail.
that too.
That was completely out of their control. They raised the fees on us. What do
Yeah.
we do? We don't have another option. So.
Right.
Fuel costs sometimes get us that way too.
Yeah.
Last
And
winter,
salt.
salt costs got us that way.
Right.
And then flooding got us this spring.
There's
just some.
always something happening, but I also want to commend you, Leslie, for your work on the budget, because for many years, we've had issues where we've gone over budget in one item. It's not that we didn't have the money, it's just that the budget wasn't set appropriately, and we were dinged for that on our audit. So what you're doing here is ensuring that we don't get that audit finding, fingers crossed.
Our
right?
fingers
And
crossed.
definitely commend you for that work to make sure that we don't have that show up on our audit.
Well, and I have to thank my staff too, because I don't do it by myself. So.
Well, then thank you to you do have a great staff.
A super good staff.
Okay, we need to go into a public hearing for the 2023 budget amendments. So look for a motion to do that.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion a second to move into public hearing regarding the 2023 budget amendments. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are now in public hearing. Okay, seeing no public comment, we'll look for a motion to close the public hearing and reconvene the public meeting.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're back in the public meeting in our budget hearing regarding the amendments, resolution CR 4-02. Isn't this 24-02?
24.
24-02, okay.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve resolution CR-24-02, a resolution of the Morgan County Commission adopting certain amendments to the Morgan County 2023 budget.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. 2023 budget is approved. Okay, we will move back into our action items. Action item number 7. Another request to amend the county employee manual.
So this goes back to the compensatory time. As you did note, 3 of those had to do with the sheriff's office. Their concern is they are on an 86-hour swing, so the likelihood of being able to go overtime and then not make up for it within the same pay cycle, they feel, and this is the sheriff and the fire chief, that they'd have a better likelihood if they had a higher compensatory hour limit that was closer to their 86 swing, to be able to make up that time as compensatory time, meaning people taking their time off, than they would if, then that would be easier on them than trying to come up with overtime hours. And in that, currently FLSA allows for, their language is that local government employees, state and local government employees may accrue up to 240. We're at 24. But law enforcement, fire protection, and emergency services personnel or employees engaged in seasonal activities may accrue up to 480 hours of comp time. So FLSA designates a higher amount for emergency services for that purpose. I'm not here to set that number for you. I'm just telling you right now it's 24. Their swing is 86. Your cap is 480. They would like a little bit more leeway for their employees so that they can get them their comp time off rather than pay them time and a half in overtime.
So I was gonna ask, I wondered if the 480 was a typo. You're
Nope,
saying no,
that,
that's
my job is
480?
to tell you what the law is. You are the governing body and you get to set The
So Garrett, that completely shoots down your philosophy of working extra hours. This is 6 months of extra hours.
That's
in
what's
1 year.
allowable by, yeah.
I'm not disagreeing,
Yeah.
but what I'm saying is apparently we have something, not we, federal labor standards has something in place for 480 hours. That's,
It allows up
Allows
to,
up to.
but that's not what you need to go to.
Please don't
My
pass
only
480.
legal recommendation would be whatever you choose. You may, I probably wouldn't take regular employees up to the same amount as the first responders. And if you did increase that, it would be up to half of whatever. So if you went, 100 hours or whatever that amount is, that, if you did increase the other, it would only be up to the half. I wouldn't put them at the same because under FLSA, it's 480 for emergency responders, 240 for everyone else.
I have no idea what you just said.
And that,
Well,
Did Robert, did you get what? I'm just kidding.
I got it.
I got it.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
you're saying that the regular employees should be 50% of what you said earlier.
I
Okay,
wouldn't
I
go
thought-
above 50%
I
for
thought you
the
were talking
other
about bumping
employees.
them up as well, and I was very.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying that if there was any change to the other employees, I wouldn't go above the 50%, just because the FLSA standard is saying, if it's 480 here, you're 240, you're up to 240 here. There hasn't been a request to up the other one, but in light of the last conversation, it would give the county a little more leeway. And, maybe as department heads, we say, okay, once you get to 24, we need to pay close attention. But if it were, 36, then you've got 12 hours of leeway that you wouldn't have to pay out that could be done in time.
so whenever there's changes like this, I kind of like to imagine the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
So would that be that an employee could have 480 hours total?
That's correct.
And then if they were to say, I'm out because I've been too stressed, then we have to pay those full 480 hours.
And that's
correct?
exactly right.
Mhm.
And we did have somewhat of a discussion over, with the management team, where I was suggesting, let's see what the worst case scenario would be before we adopt the policy, or at least it could inform on what hours you want to go to. Because if it's, no, not that everyone
Well,
would
and
have
that,
it
that
all
was
at the same
specific to
time.
item 10, right?
Oh,
was
is that
my
item 10?
understanding.
Oh, maybe
That wasn't
that's-
the comp time, it was the vacation
Vacation, that's
time.
8.
Oh, okay. I think a similar analysis could be discussed with
That could
this
be.
because it does relate to compensating for time over.
So the 24 hours can go up as well.
It can, yes.
Because it could go up to 240 if I remember.
Correct.
So.
We
what-
don't have a request
What
for
if
a.
we allowed comp time to go up to a full week? Or in the sheriff's department, maybe whatever their equivalent full cycle is.
86 hours.
And then, because then they've basically got comp time for an additional week of vacation. And then if it goes above that, we pay that out. Seems easier to track in some respects, but than 3 days worth.
So that would be 86 and 40.
Well, but 86 is not a week, that's a
Okay.
pay period.
Pay-
That's a
for
2-week
pay period,
time.
so I guess it would be
43 and.
43.
43 and
And
20.
So
you
who's
can't-
controlling that and how do they budget that then?
Well, that's the problem. On the budget side, it's fine if they're actually going to take it. The problem is when they leave, if we're obligated to pay this out.
We are
And
at time and a
that's-
half.
That's a problem to me. And I think a good reason to not go to 480 hours, because can you imagine paying that out? We're talking tens of thousands of dollars potentially, and no budget to do that, without taking it from the fund balance. So that's why I think we need to be cautious. And we'll talk some more about this in number 10, but I mean, vacation hours and comp time we're talking about using in lieu of vacation hours, right? So
Yes.
they lump into the same bucket in some degree, but to me, the purpose of vacation hours is in part because we want to encourage employees to have a healthy work-life balance.
Correct.
And I feel like what can happen, particularly if you get paid out for vacation hours at the end of your employment, is people try to bank that. They want to bank it because they want a great big check when they retire, when they leave. most entities that I'm aware of in the private sector don't allow you to bank it and get paid for it at the end. You can bank it up to a certain amount, but you don't get paid out. And FLSA does not require that we pay out for those hours when someone leaves, and I think that's deserves some more discussion with item number 10. But to that end, if we're allowing an excessive amount of comp time to be banked, we're essentially asking for them to, at least in my mind, to request that when they leave and to get a big check when they leave instead of to actually use it. And to me, comp time needs to be used.
And that's on the private side, not talking the public side, but private side where I work, you have comp time because there's times in the year where you're not working. So you save up the comp time and then you can use that comp time while you're not working. And that makes 100% sense. But as soon as we have people start bumping all these hours, I would immediately go to the manager and say, do we need to hire somebody? I mean, it's just, there's absolutely no reason we should have somebody going up to 480 hours of comp time. It makes zero sense to me.
And
I don't understand it.
I'm not asking for 480, I'm just telling you what the cap is. I just can't make your decision for you, so I have to just tell you what you're allowable by law. So they're just wanting and more than the 24. Even if you went
A pay period.
yes, they would be
That's what
more
I
than
would do.
happy.
And if somebody leaves and gets paid for one more pay period because we owe them overtime for it, so be it.
They just,
But the red says 480, was that gonna be added?
That's
because I had to put something in there.
Okay.
That's the
okay.
in our
cap.
max. But
Yes.
we get to set it, so if we do the
Please start putting minimums.
emergency services at what,
The minimum is 0.
6?
86 a
86
pay
is the swing,
period.
So can we just say equivalent to a pay period?
86 and 43, is that what, or is 86 and 40?
It would be 80, right? Because a pay period is 80 hours for.
And then it would be
Again,
166. So you might do a week. If you want to 86 and 40, that'd be a week, not a pay period.
86 and 40, I agree.
Okay, let me,
If you did a pay period, it'd
A
be
little rocky on-
166 and 80.
I think,
I'm not against it for emergency services. I'm a little wary on bumping standard employees to 40.
Yeah,
The
I mean,
reason I'm
what's the
uncomfortable
purpose
with
in-
that, I understand the 50-50, and I understand that that's how FLSA is written. However, these are jobs that are intended to be 40-hour work weeks. These are not emergencies. So unlike, for example, one of our sheriff's deputies had a call out 30 minutes before her shift ended, and she was over 5 hours to complete that task. We're not gonna have that here. This is for late nights and not that she's ever used it, because she's very good at managing her staff, but like elections, when we'd have to have extra hours, she's very good at making sure that her staff comes in later. And so I feel that the 24, I disagree, and I feel that the 24 should stay 24.
So we have multiple staff that would include not just elections. We have public works.
So 24 is everyone,
I-
except for emergency services.
So what I'm adding is we
Okay.
have multiple county staff
Okay.
that actually work those extra hours when they need to.
Correct.
Election, you don't know. You have no idea how many hours you're gonna be working.
Correct.
Public works, it depends on the storm or the wind.
Correct.
You never know how many hours you're gonna be working. So we are focusing on the sheriff and the fire chief, but we're not talking about any other staff that could be working overtime?
We are. It is law enforcement, fire protection, emergency response personnel.
Sorry, I needed to add that.
Yes,
But we're not talking about anybody else.
which includes snow removal, yeah,
So I think we need to
Emergency
include that.
services.
Public works.
okay.
I think we need to include elections. I just want to make sure we're
But I
covering
wouldn't
it.
go to 86 with them.
That's fine.
She's
Yeah.
saying we could stick with 24. I'm comfortable frankly moving it to 40. People don't take work overtime unless they're asked to work overtime, or at least they shouldn't. It shouldn't be at their election. I decided to stay 3 extra hours. It should be approved by their supervisor.
All
and-
comp time needs
And
to be
it
approved.
has to be other,
And so,
regardless.
from my perspective, if that's what the supervisor asked, can we go up to a total of 40? That doesn't bother me. I understand your position, but if it's easier overall to just manage it in that way because it represents essentially a week of time that they could take off for the week, then that's the only justification for it. I don't have strong feelings about it either way.
And I don't think that we disagree necessarily. I was just saying I wouldn't go above the 50% if we did go above the 24. So I don't know that we're disagreeing. I was just saying I'd just cap it at 50 because that's the standard that they say, 480 and 240.
In my former work life, I was allowed, and this was with FSLA, I was allowed to have the comp time had to be used within 6 weeks. Any kind of comp time, or else I got paid out for that. And this is the next item I know coming up is vacation. Vacation, I was allowed to keep up to 255 hours because that's what my contract, my union had negotiated. But the other people only got 240. When I retired, I was able to get paid out for all of that work the vacation leave and sick leave that I had not used up to a certain point. So my question is if we're going to do a, we don't want to have it to where, like someone else said here, they accumulate, they bank it, and they keep it until it's finally, they want to use it, they want to retire and go for a year and a half on our pay because they saved up that many hours. I don't know that that's fair. But and we do want to have people take a day off, but when it comes to compensatory time, comp time, I mean, we've got in this policy that they're going to get paid overtime anyway. So why don't we just pay them overtime and forget the comp time?
We don't have a budget for it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We've got a choice. We're doing either one. We're paying 1.5 times their pay for this comp time, or we're paying them overtime. So which way is it? It's one or the other. We're still paying them the same amount.
I think it's an elected official and department head issue that with some education and training, it can be managed better than it has. I think we're trying to clean up some of the past. There's been a request by the first responder, sheriffs, those that can have the higher amount to raise that. If it was raised to the 480, well, that would significantly change the liability and budget considerations and things like that. If it goes to the 86, I think that's manageable, but once again, it would only be for emergency purposes, not necessarily as the go-to. And so I think that when it comes down to it, the policy allows more flexibility, but the day-to-day management of the elected officials and department heads needs to be tightened.
Okay. There's also something else that happened yesterday at the state legislature, and I do not have it written down here, but they passed a bill in the House that had to do with all departments being based upon a 40-hour work week, including sheriff's departments and other personnel. So if that happens, I think we ought to look at the law and see what's changing in that law before we make a decision completely on this, and I think we ought to postpone this until the next meeting, that we can at least look at all that information.
So just because it passes the House doesn't mean it'll pass the
That's
Senate
right.
and the governor, and so I think that we can make any changes that everyone's comfortable with, and then we revisit if they pass the law, because there's a lot of ifs with the legislature right now, and I think we just move forward with what we have. But that, I mean, that's just my recommendation of the legality is we have this issue, there's a request, we can deal with that, and then when the law changes, we'll make another suggestion.
I think we ought to have discussion more on it instead of beleaguering this at this point, and I move to postpone it.
Okay, motion? Do we have a second? A motion, a second to postpone, I'm assuming to our next meeting. Okay. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes. Thank you. We will move to item number 8. This is a planning item, discussion decision, approval of the final plat for the range.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening, members of the County Commission. Action item F8 on tonight's agenda is for application 23.035. I'm not entirely sure the staff report made it into your meeting packet that Jenna requested, so perhaps a bit of a mix-up. For the project, the applicant is CW Land Co. The owner is the Paul and Beverly Warner Family Trust. I believe that changed recently, by the way. The property address is 6651 Trappers Loop Road for the parcel yet to be divided. And the area is 35.07 acres. The general plan land use designation for this parcel is village low density residential. The current zoning for the parcel is R120. Simply enough, staff has reviewed this project and finds that it meets all minimum code requirements. Comments from the county engineer have been addressed. We didn't receive any comments from the fire department, but all reviewers are satisfied with this proposal. Therefore, staff is recommending approval for this final plat. I, along with Josh, can answer any questions you may have, and the applicant is in the audience tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any questions for staff?
Yes.
We do have your staff report, by the way, in our
Yeah,
packet.
didn't make it
We've got a
online, maybe.
partial one, but we don't have all that.
That
on the
is
screen.
going to be one of the links you'd click on in the staff report.
I clicked on it and it did not show it all.
There it is.
Okay, it is here, but it wasn't in mine. So anyway, besides that, I have a question. Are there sidewalks and stuff in this? Because it does not show anything on here.
It's curb gutter sidewalk. It's private street.
No, it's a public street.
That's
It does have
public
curb
street.
gutter. Okay. Are the sidewalks 3 feet, 4 feet? What are they?
In order to meet ADA requirements, they can't be 3 feet. They could be 4 feet, but every 150 feet of sidewalk, they'd have to have a passing lane for the sidewalk. 5 feet is typical. If you want to ask the applicant if it's going to be 5 feet,
No, I just
believe
want to
they're,
see, because I didn't see it on here on that.
yeah, I believe they're 5 feet.
And then I have another question on that is R120, and you guys can clarify that with me. R120 I thought was supposed to be half-acre lots.
R120 is 20,000 square foot minimum.
It's around 0.4.
It's approximately half acre.
Approximately.
Okay, because I noticed that there were some that were less than a half-acre.
They all meet the minimum 20,000,
Right.
and some are larger than that.
As long as that's what it is. I just thought it was going to be 1 half-acre lots. Okay.
I want to make a comment to the public comment that was made by Mrs. Mary Everly. Typically, when subdivisions come in like this, that I'm aware of anyways, there has to be traffic studies done on them. That goes for county roads, but when it's a state road, it's even a little more rigorous. And when they have an approach that comes onto a state road, they actually have to work with UDOT to verify that all standards are met. Whether you have to have a decel lane and XL lane, but anything needed on that state road, that wouldn't go through the county, that it goes through UDOT. You go through the UDOT process, and then once the applicant addresses all of UDOT's concerns, then they approve that approach. I just want to make that comment.
Will you share with her what we found out on the light?
Oh, I apologize. Yeah, I'll add. We were also concerned about the three-way stop of Old Highway and Trappers Loop. We considered that intersection in the intersection of Young Street and State Street, 2 of the major intersections in the county that could have concerns. This was a year ago, and if I can get your contact information if you'd like, but We asked UDOT, considering both of them included state roads, we wanted to make sure they were looked at, and there was some kind of report said that we don't have to do anything further currently. I'm not sure how well they were looked at, because I wish they would have said something more, but they did say on both those intersections currently, there's no plans for improvements.
I would also add to that the Canyon View Commercial West, one of UDOT's requirements for that subdivision was after so many building permits were issued, they were required to put in a light as part of the Canyon View Commercial West development. We've had multiple site plans come through and receive county commission approval. Once they start getting their building permits, that'll kick in. And my understanding is funds for that light have been collected as the lots have been sold.
To be clear, that light is on Old Highway Road and the Canyon View Commercial Loop, so it's not near Trappers. It's down the road. Right?
That's correct, but that will be a light in the near future.
And if you want to hear our concerns about it, go back to the meeting a few years back, because
Yeah.
we had a lot of concerns about the first traffic light in the county being there.
Yeah, I can understand.
Yes, that's UDOT's thing. That's not, the commission does not agree with UDOT's stance on that. Guess that's separate from this discussion. All right. Any other questions for staff? All right. Shall we hear from the applicant?
Chase Freeburn representing CW Land. Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity. The only thing I'll add, and I appreciate staff spending the time and putting a detailed report together. The only thing I would add is just we're excited to create a special community that the neighborhood can be proud of, that the community can be proud of, and we're anxious to get this project started and underway and add to your housing stock in your community. And we believe Morgan County has been a great partner to work with. And we appreciate all your time and patience with us and look forward to moving forward. So that's all I have.
Questions for applicant?
Sorry, to answer your question on the sidewalk, it's a 5-foot sidewalk.
Thank you, appreciate that. I have a question for you.
Sure.
Will this project go through if we don't do a PID?
I mean, we intend to move the project forward. You know, it's not really, I'm not at liberty to say yes or no. I'm not a finance guy.
Okay.
But, I mean, that's the intent, is that we're moving this thing forward. And the PID will definitely be a component that can help fund public infrastructure here. We know it's a topic of discussion, and as alluded to earlier in the meeting, you know, we're anxious to have this come to a vote, and it sounded like it was postponed, I think, to
Next time.
next time, and that's still our hope and intent, is that we can be able to get the PID approved and move forward with the PID. So.
Can you show us, is there any snow storage contemplated on the, I guess in this particular phase, there's just the one circle or dead end, but is there any snow storage?
Yeah, there's the three
contemplated?
circular roundabout, you know, turnarounds, cul-de-sacs, but we did do, like at Rome, we did do a snow storage plan because those lots are so tight, and there's a lot of density, and it's a little more of a puzzle piece, Rubik's Cube at Rome. But here, I mean, these are 20,000 minimum square foot lots. A lot of the frontages are close to 100 feet, some even more. There's really plenty of room to go around for snow plows. I don't anticipate it being an issue, I guess. We're happy to, if, you know, before we record the plat or even in the CCNR, just add a snow storage exhibit plan to show where it could be stored, but ultimately this is the county employees who, you know, County Public Works, who's going to be plowing these roads, not the homeowners. Or
Yeah,
an HOA.
that's exactly why I'm concerned about it. that area of the county, the Highlands, a lot of Mountain Green.
Sure.
Takes a lot of effort from our public works folks to plow the snow.
Sure.
We even have to buy a special truck to do that. We have to have a short truck that's four-wheel drive to do these roads because they're steep and difficult. So when we add any potentially new county public roads, that's definitely of concern to me. Is are they set up appropriately to handle the snow without us having to truck snow out and things like that? I mean, my concern would be if there's not a dedicated snow storage area, we're going to have residents that build in those cul-de-sacs and are going to be upset when the snow gets pushed into their yard or into areas there.
I mean, all we can be asked of is, in this regard, is to, build our streets according to the county code. And if there's anything beyond that, we're happy to entertain it, look at it, see if there's maybe some good locations we can set up to record on the plat an easement or some type of hatched area, an exhibit that shows, hey, this is where storm. It's just, I don't know that it's going to do the county any good, because I don't know that the county public works drivers that are driving the trucks are, they're not going to come up with CCNRs before they plow the roads to know where those storage areas are. Maybe they will. Maybe they can learn it. I just don't think it's super practical, because it's not a private subdivision. I mean, these are public streets.
Yeah,
Does the right-of-way profile include park strips?
Correct.
and maybe that's enough for the storage. I don't know.
That's-
I just want to be clear that, being that they're public streets, we have the prerogative to say, no, we're not doing public streets here.
Sure.
So would you say, well, I don't know if this is going to, to me, it would be better if you could outline some areas where we can store that snow.
So I agree that last winter we couldn't have, there's nothing we could have done. I guess my concern, and I hear you, but my concern is if we want to go in that direction, that we probably ought to have an ordinance in place that says this is what you're required to do. I think there are subdivisions smaller than this, smaller lot sizes, that we've approved that we have not said you have to have a storage area, even though it's a public street. So I don't want to discount the concern, because I 100% agree with you. But I just think if we're going to go that direction, we probably ought to have an ordinance created or something in place that it takes care of everybody when they come in. That's my thought. So.
Yeah, I agree.
If I could add to that, any ordinance that would be adopted after this fact would not affect this application, because it's been submitted according to our current code. And all the streets, including curb, gutter, sidewalks, 60-foot right-of-way, meet the minimum requirements for our public street standard. Now, if you want to change our code, we can change the code to add snow storage requirements. But currently, right now, it meets all of our street standards. So if the county
Can you just remind me, what is the park strip width for this street profile?
Street profile is 24 feet of pavement, 60 feet of right-of-way, and within that 60 feet of right-of-way, you have curb, which is approximately 18 inches, because you'll have the curb and gutter. That's 18 inches. Sidewalk is 5 feet. Park strip in between, I believe, is either 4 or 5 feet, which leaves 2 feet of right-of-way on both sides. That's not accounted for. It's just...
I thought we had changed that to 26 feet. They had to go and pave just recently.
I can double check. It's either 24 or 26.
I thought it was 26. We had changed it to a pavement, and for a total of 32 feet.
I know the private street is 36 feet of right-of-way with 26 feet of pavement.
So why are they different than us?
Well, I
Private
can look.
versus public.
I think Jeremy's bringing it up.
Okay.
But the private doesn't require curb, gutter, and sidewalk either, right?
The private does require curb, gutter, sidewalk.
Oh, does it?
Mm-hmm.
6-foot park strip and then a 5-foot sidewalk.
I just know on our street, Whisper Ridge, that's really narrow. We had to change parking because of an emergency vehicle problem. So,
Has the fire department reviewed this
Whisper Ridge is
and approved it?
I believe so.
That's
I
public
have not had any recent conversation with them.
There's
one that's I mean, they're hard sometimes to get a hold of and get a letter from. I know they've provided letters early on.
Yep,
in
so
this, but
for the rural collector, it is 12 feet for each travel lane, but where it says shoulder, you'll actually have the curb and gutter, and then you'll have the planter, which is 6 feet plus the sidewalk.
So I think the park strip typically acts as the snow storage for these roads. The cul-de-sacs are always a problem. And
Golden Barrett is
I've
here
lived in them.
from Mountain Green
And it gets piled
Fire
in the middle.
Improvement District if needed.
Can I just make one last comment? I just appreciate the staff that we have. I mean, you know, we have comments, and our staff a lot of times have to help us get to where we can get the understanding, but appreciate the background of the staff, all those reviewers. We've got a list of reviewers of everybody that looks at subdivisions and goes through the process to make sure everything is done as correct as possible. So I appreciate all the work staff does on this. And with that, if there's no other comments, make a motion.
Go for it.
Make a motion, we approve the Range Phase 1 and 2 final plat, application number 23.035 for 43 subdivision of land located at approximately 6651 Trappers Loop Road in unincorporated Morgan County, based on the findings and with the conditions listed in the staff report dated February 6, 2024.
Second.
before you do that though, we had additional conditions on it besides what was in the staff report. That was a snow area.
If there's a park strip, I think that's fine. To be honest, I'm just not crazy about adding more public roads in subdivisions, period. But that's just,
Okay.
we'd already agreed to that, so it is what it is. So I'm
So the second.
okay with leaving it as is. If you are.
I'm fine.
Okay. Okay,
I just
so
wanted to
second
make sure
stands
we-
as is. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Okay, item number 9.
All right, this is an interlocal agreement between Morgan County and the Board of Education for the Morgan School District, and it involves the law enforcement services provided by the school resource officers. I think that the terms of this agreement have been previously approved by the commission. This is just more the form. It was reviewed by my deputy, and what's been attached in the packet has been updated by her. There were just a couple things that I have changed, and now I've printed a new version that's not in draft form by removing the background draft link watermarks. And just for your information, I removed the underline from Morgan County on page 1 of the agreement. It's page 92 of the packet. And then I noticed that there were 4 different places where sheriff was spelled with 2 R's. And so I did update those. And then the last date, I was hoping our superintendent may be able to let us know when school started, because the effective date would have been the date of the school year starting. This is page 104 of the packet, and It's section 9.01. And I'm just not exactly sure when school started, so.
It's August 22nd.
22nd, thank you. So other than that, I'll make that update on the 22nd, and other than that, it matches exactly what was in the packet.
I have a couple of questions on it, if I may. And maybe you've already addressed it, Garrett, I don't know. Under 2.10, the district shall be credited the proportional amount of that year's annual fee for any days the SRO is absent or a substitute is not provided. I understand that. I'm gonna request from the sheriff department that they make sure that the school is taken care of. Okay. And, in this, it also says SRO supervisor, I'm hoping that's the sheriff, correct? Okay. At least annually. Okay, that's okay. The payment thing. Since, I don't know if our clerk is gonna be up to date on sending out an invoice, or whoever sends out the invoice to the school for that. Wouldn't it be better if we just had pay it 3 times a year on an equal basis instead of?
I believe that's
I
what
mean,
it
not
says, because it
paying
says
it, but-
after every trimester.
Right, but they may not know every trimester because some of the schools are not on trimester, and that's what I might have in school is just a semester system. And so what I'm saying is why don't we make it a little easier? Instead of having it after every trimester, have it, say, in July, or,
That must be how they do things, because that's how they pay the bowling alley after every trimester.
okay. Okay, that's fine.
Superintendent, do you have anything you'd like to?
Oh, are they? Semester, okay. See, that's how far I'm out. Oh, okay, thanks. Appreciate that.
Any other comments or questions on the agreement?
Let me see if I had anything else. No, that was all I had.
Superintendent, is there any comments you'd like to make? Okay, thank you. We appreciate you attending this evening.
Is there, I do have a question. Aren't they gonna be required to go to like the sporting events and that kind of a thing? To be in presence at those sporting events, like at the basketball games or the football games? Okay, I just wanna make sure because it doesn't show that in there. It just says they'll be there during the school days and other activities, maybe. It doesn't say a definite. So I just wanted to make sure that's in there. Because I think they need to be there at everything.
So that's not part of our agreement, but typically we do have, and it's usually multiple officers that attend larger events.
Okay.
All right, if there are no other questions or comments, we'll look for a motion on the interlocal agreement between Morgan County and the Morgan Board of Education.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve the agreement between the Board of Education of Morgan School District and Morgan County for law enforcement services with the changes noted by the county attorney.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. All right, moving on to item number 10. This is a resolution for a policy amendment to the county employee manual modifying the maximum number of vacation hours employees allowed to accumulate.
So currently, our employees are allowed to accumulate 100 hours of vacation, any use it or lose it. At your request, I did run the numbers on how many hours our employees are losing at the end of the year, and it averages 71.8
Per employee?
total
Oh,
for the whole workforce.
okay. So, I'll go back to what I mentioned earlier. I think vacation time should be intended to be used and not banked. I think that this encourages the opposite to some degree if we extend it. I do understand, a desire to not lose hours. And maybe we have some business situations that might require an employee. I mean, we talked about some of the comp time situations. We may have some employees that are in situations where it's difficult to take time off. If that's the case, we need to have a different discussion and figure out how to help them so that they can, because in my mind, we should not have employees that are not taking their vacation time.
I will say the top two people that are losing hours are department heads.
And to me, that means they need to do something different with their department. They either need to train folks that can take those responsibilities so that they don't have to be there constantly, or something else needs to happen. Maybe they need more employees in their department, and maybe this is a good representation of that. But my biggest concern is if you allow an employee to bank 240 hours and keep that, when they leave employment here, they're going to expect a payout for that.
Correct. And the
Now,
yep.
I would agree to one of two things. We could extend it out. I don't care if you extend it to 300 hours on the condition that when you leave, you don't get paid out for any of it. So that's one thought. We could go that direction. In the private sector, I don't get paid out. If I leave, I can bank a couple hundred hours, but if I leave, I don't get paid a dime for it. That's one way to encourage employees to actually take it. So that's one train of thought. The other train of thought is we don't extend it at all, and the encouragement to take it is take it or lose it. But I think we're encouraging the wrong thing by just extending it out and saying, well, instead of 100 hours of rollover, now you can have 240 hours or 300 hours of rollover. But those are my thoughts.
Yeah, what's the intent?
The request was made by elected officials and department heads.
That's
Did I bring
great,
these
but
before you?
what's the intent? Do we know what the intent is?
So
to-
that they don't,
on the-
so
many
that we
weeks
are
ago?
more comparative to the city of Morgan.
Oh, we don't want to do that.
So that's where the 240 came from. Like I'm saying, we don't
Okay.
have to do 240.
I just
That's
didn't know the reason
completely
behind
up
it,
to you.
but-
It's just 240 is what the city of Morgan is doing. That is, I would agree that a lot of us don't think that's a very, very high number. But they're feeling that 100 is low.
So how much vacation do our employees accrue per year?
It depends on how long they've been here.
What's the maximum?
I believe it's
Per pay
Per
period?
pay period.
Period.
So it starts at 3.67 after the first year goes up.
I thought it was like 2 months when I tried to figure it out.
That's 4 hours per pay period.
Plus, we've added.
So what's our max? You said 7?
It's just a discussion.
Which is just shy of 200 hours if it is 8 hours per pay.
So it, just based on the 7, it turns out to be about 23 days a year. And that's kind of what I remember when I first came and was kind of saying, oh, well, what does that equate to? So
That doesn't
probably
include all
about
the
there.
extra holidays we gave them.
And there's a lot of holidays for public employees.
This is the public side, not the private.
I know. No, I've never been
One,
there.
so one of the things that I sent out in a Teams message on this one was kind of getting an idea of worst case scenario of that amount if we had, a number of people leave at the same time, but then also creating a budget line item that could handle that too. And so I think it's fine to have the flexibility, but it's also good to prepare and just say, okay, this is our budget line item that we would use to pay out vacation if we were to increase that, just from a liability standpoint.
The cap is 6.76 per pay period.
So what's that equate in hours for the year? 180 somewhere,
So just under 22 days.
22 days.
So 175.76.
It's 176 hours.
So there were three arguments that I put out in that, not arguments, but thoughts that I put out in that chat message. And first off, I think to ask the employees and the staff, hey, do you want more vacation hours to be able to be banked? It's like, do you want more or do you want the same? Of course, everybody's going to say more, so that doesn't surprise me. But I think we need to think about how it affects the organization. Are we encouraging people to use their vacation or not, is my first question. How does this affect us financially? Because if somebody leaves and we're paying out the vacation time, do we have the funding to do that? Currently, we don't have it built into the department budgets. We'd have to pull from somewhere else, and maybe that's doable. And then thirdly, if somebody, say, banks 240 hours and then earns another 150 hours during the year and wants to take all of that at once, how do we handle that?
That's right.
If there's an extended absence request, how is that handled? How does that affect the organization, and can we do that? So I think we need to think about all three of those things, and maybe that's a discussion we need to have with the department heads. I don't know, in conjunction with the comp time item, but I think they're definitely items that we need to really consider.
I think this kind of goes hand in hand, so I think we still have some concerns about it. So.
Want me to make a motion?
Sure.
I'll make a motion that we postpone this item so we can discuss it as a group.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to postpone until our next meeting. Is that okay with you?
That's fine.
Okay.
If we can discuss both in that same
In
meeting,
our
that'd be great.
administrative meeting. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Okay, item number 11, Commissioner Wilson.
Man, I may want to turn this over to Jared. He had a meeting before I knew.
And you put this on the agenda.
I know.
Great minds think alike.
That's right. So why don't you tell us what you find, and then I'll share mine.
So I think Josh should probably be able to introduce this a little bit better, but in our ordinance, thank you, Josh. I'll misspeak way more than you, so.
So our code has a section called Geologic Hazards Ordinance. It deals with all parcels and all lots in the county. There are 3 or 4 items of applicability, which I've been using to apply when people apply for building permits or developments, subdivisions, or whatnot. Currently, if somebody comes in, they own a lot. If there hasn't been a geohazards ordinance done on that lot or parcel, if it's for habitable space, whether it's for a complete new dwelling or an addition, this ordinance kicks in. It requires a geologist. I've been trying to tell people that if they can get the geologist they hire to show that their property is not affected, then they won't need the full report. In our discussion yesterday, I think there are some ways that we can improve the ordinance where it's not so, over the top in how it's enforced. I think if we had GIS capabilities to create a map, and we kind of talked about that yesterday, much like, I think it was it Weber or was it
Weber County?
Where the map itself showed all the areas of known hazardous soils as well as fault lines, slopes, slide areas, things like that, then the applicant or the property owner could go on our GIS, locate their parcel, and then bring in a map showing that they're not in one of those areas. That would eliminate the need to hire a geologist to prove that there's no issues. Again, though, that would require some GIS capability.
So, thank you for the introduction, Josh. We really when I worked at Weber County at the time, we really wanted the ability for anybody that's managing the desk at the planning department. Somebody walks in and says, here's my lot. They pull up the lot, they open up the GIS created map, and they see different colors and blobs and different fault lines, and they can say, yeah, your property doesn't touch anything, so you're good. And I think that's the one step that has been concerned where, you know, as commissioners, we're seeing lots come in on the Valley 4, and we're thinking, no, what in the world, and how would this ever pertain? And even with my background too, I'm going, yeah, there's nothing there, but the resident would still have to hire a geologist to say nothing's there to a degree, to a degree. So,
According to the way our ordinance is written,
right,
they would have to show in some manner that it doesn't apply to their property. And
So-
since I'm not a geologist and we have a contract geologist,
so the thought is now is to say our contracted geologist is gonna look at this GIS map, make sure it has all the information on there, and then we accept that map, and then we can literally pull up a parcel and say, yep, there's nothing touching your parcel. So you don't have to do anything from a geological standpoint. If anything is touching it, or however, there's a fault scarp, I think there's a distance on fault scarps. Anyways, we're just trying to look at mechanisms to be able to help the residents where it's not costing them as much money. In our discussion yesterday also, we had the county engineer there, and he said multiple residents were grateful that they knew there was an issue and that they need to address it from a geological standpoint. You know, heaven forbid something happened with their home on a slope and nobody let them know about it. So a lot of people are actually grateful for it, but we do want to eliminate this step when there really isn't, not eliminate, make the process more smoother when there really isn't a need to have a professional geologist involved. Would that
And more
help?
affordable. I think we sometimes in our thought process to protect us from liability issues and things like that as a county, that we adopt and enforce ordinances that cost our constituents a lot of money. So I'm getting ready to, my son's getting ready to build a house, and so I thought, well, this will be interesting to see how this affects, because I hear these things going on all the time and people complaining, but I've never known the cost of it. So I had a geologist give us a bid to tell us that, yes, you're in the area. It's $9,000 to tell us that you're not in a hazardous area. And that doesn't count the time for an excavator to be there all day while he does his little tests. So, of course, a geologist isn't going to say, well, God, I don't want to do this. You know, he didn't want to write a letter and say you're not in. He wants to do it and say you're not in. He wants me to spend $9,000 and say he's not in. So, anyway, I just think we do these ordinances, and sometimes they don't pertain to certain people. We haven't had slides anywhere in Morgan. We haven't had any house problems except for Mountain Green area, you know. So,
Well, the point I made, Commissioner Wilson, in the meeting yesterday is, if you look over a 50-year span in the county, and the costs that we have spent on stormwater issues with homes and with roads versus geological, I think the cost on stormwater is way higher, significantly, with flooding and everything else we have. But yet, we don't tell each individual lot owner, make sure you're addressing stormwater when you build your home. We don't. And so I agree that sometimes we can be a little bit overbearing, but I also want to be a little bit cautious and say, okay, what can we do that it's as smooth as possible, most amount of money spent on the residents as possible, where we can check a box off instead of paying a geologist $9,000 to check the box off for us.
for the record, when a subdivision comes in, they are addressing stormwater through drainage and detention at that time. And so in subdivisions, it's not so much of an issue, but we don't require drainage and utility plans as part of your building permit. So
Exactly my point. Thank you.
I like the approach that you outlined, and agree 100% with that approach. Sounds like in order to make that happen, we'd need an adjustment to the code, correct?
Yes, there would need to be an adjustment to the code. There are some of the soil references in there, based on our conversation with Bill Black, that should not have been put in there in the first place. They would have to be pulled out. And then to allow the property owner the opportunity to find the maps, the USGS maps or whatever, or if we put together a GIS of our own, to allow that to help them determine whether they're in a hazardous area or not.
Yeah, I'd really like to make it where they can come into the front desk and just say, hey, my lot's here, you guys pull it up, turn on the layers, and you can say, nope, you're good. We just don't need a geologist for that part.
Yeah, I would need a GIS map that's actually decent.
Did talk about that too.
So,
So,
as far as a move forward, oh, sorry, did you have a?
well, I have a question. So, the way this works, it applies to any property within the county that's within a geological hazard study area. And then you go to that definition. So you're saying some of these soil types in all of these Q soil types, there's some that don't need to be in there?
One in particular was brought up. It was QAL. That is specifically related to FEMA floodplain areas, as far as we're aware.
So if that needs to be narrowed, that would be fine. Landslide areas, I would assume we would still want the study?
Yeah, so our code does not allow any type of development over slopes greater than 25% to begin with. And so if your property contains slopes greater than that, then you're not developing in that area anyway. However,
So-
with a slope stability analysis, we'd have to show slopes on our GIS.
So you've got landslides that are already on a UGS, Utah Landslide Database. So we wouldn't want to allow development there. You've got areas requiring slope stability analysis, which is what you just talked about. Properties within alluvial fans and drainage channels subject to flash flooding and or debris flows. Are we saying that that shouldn't be in there? Because that,
Be developing in there.
okay, all right.
You know, I think those are fine.
Other previously identified geologic hazards that the county finds to be of significance. I don't know that we've identified any, but if we did, that would be. And then site-specific surface fault rupture investigations. So I guess that goes to seismic. So is it really just 155.223A that we're looking to modify? Or is it that we're trying to say there's a way for the county staff to make the determination so that they don't hire someone to look at it? 'Cause
The county staff to help with the determination after the county geologist has looked at the map and said, yes, everything's on there that's needed to determine all of these items are on that map.
Rick,
It's not-
that section is also just the study areas. If you go above it to the section above, it's the applicability of what the geohazards ordinance applies to, in which I've had to enforce it according to A, B, and C.
So I looked at A, so it's every legal lot of record and lot in a proposed land subdivision within a geological hazard study area. That's what I looked at. So B,
Well, if you want to focus on that, a typical resident doesn't know that answer. So
no,
they have to
I
hire
get
a
that.
geologist.
What I'm trying to figure out is what do we need to do by virtue of amendment to the code? And what do we need to do by virtue of a procedure and or additional studies that the county does to move this forward generally for people so that we don't need as many lot-specific studies?
So I don't know why we can't use the Weber County code and ordinance initially as a foundation, because they've gone through this process.
I haven't read that ordinance, so I don't want to
That's
comment
okay.
on that. I would say that this ordinance was put together in conjunction with the state geologist
Yeah.
and the deputy state geologist. So I believe there were individuals that have specific backgrounds and knowledge that helped put this ordinance together. So I don't know if we want to throw this ordinance completely out.
That's not what I said.
Oh, okay.
So because they transitioned to have a GIS map, they added that to their ordinance and said this is how we're going to address it. I believe they've got that written in ordinance. So it'd be nice to, we have a foundation of verbiage.
I can take a look at that.
So subpart B of 222 is exceptions, things that don't need to go through this, right? Detached accessory buildings which are not designed for human occupancy are not required to comply.
That's correct, and I have not been requiring individuals who are doing detached garages, barns, anything that
Okay.
there's no human habitation, I have not been requiring to go through that.
And then the C is a reference to the building code and risk categories. So, I mean, I don't have any issue with trying to streamline the process a bit, and getting some of this stuff available for review. And then if subpart A is overly broad in terms of classification, property, soil type, then I don't have an issue with that either. And are you guys wanting to direct the staff to try to work on those issues? Is that what this matter is?
Yeah, I agree, yeah, yep.
I would probably need additional funding for the GIS aspect of it. I'm just throwing that out there.
How much?
How much?
I don't know.
When you
Let
find
me-
out, let us know.
I'll have an answer for you at your next meeting.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so you have your marching orders, I guess, for the
Yep.
next discussion on this. I don't think we need a motion on this particular item, but is there any additional comments?
Says discussion and decision. No, it just says both. Okay.
Only if you want to direct staff to prepare. So under our ordinance for land use, there has to be a direction for staff to prepare.
We can do that if you'd like. Let's
I
have a
think that
motion
that would be better, just because then there's no ambiguity of was everyone on board or not? Did we have a majority?
That's good. Make a motion that we direct planning commission, or the planning
Staff?
zoning staff to look at this ordinance and see if we can streamline it.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes and it's unanimous. Thank you.
Looks like, Josh, you're getting just a lot more work.
All right. We are now to section G, our public hearings. We'll start with item G1. This is a request for a rezone of property from A20 to RR5, the Guffey rezone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item G1 is a legislative action for application 23.089. It's the Guffey rezone. The applicant is Tom Guffey in the audience tonight. The project location actually contains two addresses, 4950 and 4964 South Highway 66. The current zoning on the property is A20. The general plan has the designation for this area to be A20 as well, or to be agriculture. The acreage here is a nice clean 10 acres. The request for tonight is to rezone from A20 to RR5 as a rezone, and also to amend the future land use map from agriculture to ranch residential 5 acre minimum. Staff has reviewed this project and finds that it meets all minimum code requirements for the following reasons. First, staff believes that this would fix a current nonconformity that we have in this area of the county. A rezone would allow the administrative process to kick in where a subdivision could happen to draw a line between halfway down the property to create two lots for two separate addresses. In addition, this is a reasonable jump from A20 to RR5. It keeps within the agriculture and rural residential character of the area, with rural residential being, if I believe, about 2,000 feet to the north and west on that map. So in close proximity, and those are staff's reasons. Staff conducted a review for this item, no comments from any reviewers or from the county attorney, this being a legislative item. Staff is therefore recommending approval. I, along with Josh, can answer any questions you may have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jeremy. Any questions for staff?
Yeah, I've got an initial thought anyways on the future land use map. That's it right there. Oh, there we go. I have a little bit of a concern on some of the rezones that have come before us because we discussed the future land use map, but yet I don't know how some of these lots, according to how we're looking at this drawing, I guess northwest, I don't know how some of those lots future is considered A20. Okay, it makes zero sense
1 acre lots
from a
and
future
sites.
land use map perspective. You know, I know, you know, we've looked at similar rezones, and when you have parcels right next to each other and they're, maybe they're non-conforming, maybe they were done differently years ago, I don't know, but the sizes of those parcels are smaller, and then you've got the next parcel right next to it. And for us to look at the future and say, yeah, that's gonna remain A20, but we're gonna have, you know, acre lots right next to it, I don't know if that's consistent. And so that's a little bit of a concern that we're referencing our future land use map often, and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but that's just an initial comment.
I think you bring up a good point, and it's probably something that we ought to address when we finalize our next county general plan, because the future land use map is part of that plan, and we probably ought to look at areas of the county where, I mean, clearly here, the future is not 20-acre zoning when you've got 1 acre lots already in existence. And that could be easily rectified when we update the general plan to fix the future land use map in some of these areas. Okay, any other questions for staff? Okay, any questions for the applicant?
A question I have maybe for Tom, before he even talks to us. Have you decided on how to divide that property up into the 5 acre?
Yes, we had it surveyed. The 10 acres is currently owned by an LLC. There's 4 shareholders that own 5 acres that have been defined. The other 4 shares are owned by myself. The purpose in the application is transfer of ownership. When you get to be my age, Grandpa decides how to do this. When it became apparent that having it owned by an LLC was a problem, having it legal non-conforming was a problem. So in an attempt to make it as clean a transfer as I can, I made the application. There's no intent to have more houses. There's 2 houses on each of the 5 acres. It's been that way for many, many years. There's no attempt to change the use of the property. We're not going to build, we're not going to raise the density. This is strictly an attempt to clean up the transfer of ownership as I get closer to the end of my life.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? I think you were thoroughly grilled at the last meeting, so we appreciate you. You were thoroughly grilled at the last meeting, at the planning commission meeting, so we won't have any more questions for you, I don't think. Yeah, we did. We watched that meeting, so appreciate that. All right, we need a motion to go into public hearing on this item.
So oh, second.
Motion a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are now in public hearing regarding item number G1.
Thank you, Commission, for allowing me to be here tonight. It's been a long night. I appreciate your patience. I'll try to be brief in my comments. My name is Ryan Halverson. I represent the Halverson family. My parents, Phil and Dion Halverson, own the property directly adjacent to the Guffey property. It's kind of hard to see. The maps are pretty bad in this area, as you've noticed, but we're like 4 or 5 parcels actually right there. We're actually have had that surveyed, and they're preparing it to be recorded as one parcel. I'll clean that up. But so we're directly adjacent. And if I could just explain a little bit why I'm here tonight. I was at Planning Commission. I stood and I expressed some concerns that we had as property owners. And then they questioned Mr. Guffey, and we felt like those answers weren't given in a way that explained what they were asking, and we felt like if the Planning Commission maybe had that information, that maybe that decision would have been a little different. And so I wanted to be here tonight to maybe be on the record to clarify a few of those things that we're concerned with as property owners. One of the questions that was asked by Member Bass was how in the world were 2 dwellings approved on one lot? And the answer really wasn't elaborated on why that happened. And if you can see on there, I mean, there's 2 separate single-family units on that lot. My understanding is that that house, that second dwelling that was built years ago that he mentioned, was intended under that current Morgan ordinance to be an attached dwelling. And that was a concern to us. But again, my family's not in the business of telling people what to do with their property, as long as it doesn't affect us, and we kind of go about our business. It wasn't until they timeshared that the other property that we started to have negative impacts to our property, and that's what brings me here tonight. That's our concern. Many of the problems that we're having that are negative, we do not expect the county commission to resolve. We understand that there's other county departments, other state agencies that we need to work through to resolve those. And some of those are just personal issues that we need to resolve that are negative to our property. This rezone, however, we feel is part of a pattern, if you will, to what's happening on this property, to turn it into a recreational property that negatively impacts our family. I'm a 3rd generation property owner. There's 5 generations now that use that property to recreate, and we feel every right to protect that peaceful use of our property as well. And so some of those things, if I could just share really quickly, that pattern, as they've developed this property, one is cutting into the right-of-way fence and building an access, and only when UDOT noticed the shed foreman and brought it to the attention was he forced to come in and apply for a permit and obtain a permit to have that access. We've had issue with him representing himself to the state DWR as property owner to pond inlet and outlet, which actually is solely on our property. When I called the DWR office myself, in their notes they had it listed that he represented himself as the sole property owner to that facility. And when we brought that up, he pulled the permit and said, well, I'll get their signature. We never have signed that permit. And so we also know that on the stream along East Canyon Creek, as he's developed this into a recreational property, it's in a floodplain. And the work being done is required by the state to obtain a stream alteration permit. And those things are put in place to protect everybody, and as adjacent property owner, we felt, there's a pattern of, well, if you tell me I have to, then I will, but if you don't, then I'm just going to do this. And we feel that this rezone basically looks at him disregarding county ordinances originally when he built the home and saying, I'm non-conformant, but you can fix it if you rezone me. And we just don't feel that that's a good precedent to set. We don't believe that protects, other landowners and uses. We agree that this is a really weird area of the county to be Ag 20. We understand that. Our concern also has to do with wells. It's extremely difficult to have a well in this area. We've had to drill a new one in the last 15 years, and it wasn't easy to find that, and we're worried what happens as he develops this as a recreational property. Septic systems, things like that, and then continue disregard for some of these things that I mentioned. And again, we don't expect the county commission to resolve those issues, and my generation of the family is willing and prepared to resolve those issues, with those other avenues that we need to. And that again is in an effort to protect this for fourth and fifth generation now that want to enjoy that, and we feel that we have the right to, ask for enforcement of those things, rather than saying, well, you didn't follow those regulations, so we'll rezone you, and now you can be conformant with a rezone, when we felt like, there's a pattern there of just ignoring those ordinances and regulations. And we can't speculate on what Mr. Guffey will do with his property in the future. Sometimes the past is a pretty good predictor of the future, and we feel that this is going to continue. The timeshare use and increasing, negative impacts to our property, and so that's why I'm here tonight, to explain that a little bit and voice our concerns to the commission and let it be known what we're struggling here with. So I'm happy to answer any questions as well if you have any for me.
Can't ask them, can we? 'Cause it's public hearing.
So public hearing isn't a back and forth.
Okay. No, I totally understand. I appreciate that. And I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll give you a chance to address in just a moment, when we're done with the public hearing. It looks like there's no other public comment. We'll look for motion to adjourn the public hearing and reconvene the public meeting.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. We're back in the public meeting regarding item G1. Mr. Guffey, would you like to address anything there?
Just a couple of comments, maybe clarification. I'm not sure how the residences around my place came to be. The planner required that I self-address envelopes to property owners within 1,000 feet, notifying them of this application. I filled out 10 envelopes within 1,000 feet. Property owners, there you can see on these small parcels. I'm not sure. I've asked myself that. We bought the property in '71. So for over 50 years, we've been residents of Morgan County, and I know for some people that makes me an outsider. But we have been neighbors to the Halversons that entire time. We sold part of our original parcel to them so that they could improve the access to their piece. I think their interpretation of a timeshare is erroneous. The use of our 5 acres adjacent to them is very similar to the recreational use that they use as their family. We have no complaint. This trend or history of ignoring the law, I'm not sure where that's coming from. We have not, when we had a problem with the pond drainage, we stopped using the pond completely. They have a easement to control the water flow to that pond. We haven't tried to interfere with that. We've tried to be a good neighbor. I respect the Halversons and the friendship we have shared, I thought, for all these years. And I'd hate to see that friendship end now over something like this, but again, I'm going to say there's no attempt to change the use of that property. We're not going to turn it into a playground. The 4 owners share the use of that property. They have 13 weeks each. They sometimes use their share, sometimes they don't. The maintenance and use of that 5 acres is very similar to what the Halversons use on theirs. Any other questions?
When were the 2 structures built? Were they existing when you bought the property in 1971?
No, we built the first cabin was issued a permit by the county. We had the appropriate inspections. We got the approval for the utility connection, and we were issued a certificate of occupancy. And we did actually use that as a go-to place for several years until my brother-in-law retired and he moved in and became a resident in that first place. Subsequent to that, I applied for a permit for the home that I currently live in, have for 14 years. Received the permit, had to do a turnout from the state, dealt with the Weaver Morgan Health. We did all of the things required. We had the inspections. And again, we were issued a certificate of occupancy, and we've lived there ever since.
Could you address green light? Could you address the alleged entrance that was not approved by the UDOT?
Actually, if you drive up 66, I was required to provide a turnout of 200 feet before the entrance to our gate. I am the only one in a 7-mile stretch that have that. I'm not sure why the others weren't required, but I was.
Well, actually, I was too.
Pardon?
I was also. And they did things differently. Unfortunately, they did it to a few and didn't do it to everybody.
It's, I don't mind, but it is the only place along that stretch where people can turn around and pull off and turn around or throw their empty beer cans and things out. But I keep it cleaned up and it is there, but I am the only one that has that turnout all the way along that street.
So in this vision here, you've got, if you can enlarge it, Jeremy. There's actually two. I don't know if the one in question is, if you can blow it out a little bit more so they can see it. Enlarge it.
Zoom in.
Zoom in. Okay. Blow it out. Blow it out. Out. Whatever you want to do. Blow it out. Zoom in. Okay. That road there, is that the one that's in question? Because there's two roads there.
The road in question is part of this application.
Well, I know, but the ones they're complaining about is what I'm asking. Because you've got that road there, and then you've got one just down a little bit further, just down the road, right there. That one. Is that the one you use, or is it the other one? Yeah. Okay, so I don't know where the problem is. Okay. Other than I can see it accesses something down there.
So it's the second access on the Halverson property?
Yes.
No.
The second, you mean the first one that you get to going south?
Correct.
Because it shows here on this map.
The GIS lines are incorrect.
Okay. Because if the lines are incorrect, and that's something Josh is going to have to
I'll
get.
shift over slightly.
Yep.
They're showing overlapping lines.
This is a good example of the GIS map situation that we're dealing with right now. The maps were not snapped when it was created. I don't know how accurate it is in this area especially. Some of those parcels you can't even click on, some you can.
Right.
It needs to be resolved.
Hence the box you click before you get on this map.
Yes.
Yes.
With the big disclaimer that says this is not your actual
Right.
property line.
Yes, that's true.
I would note that it's not just the GIS maps. I mean, chances are if you have a property surveyed in Morgan County that hasn't been subdivided in the last 30 years, you're going to find that your fence lines are not on the property lines. It's
That's
just,
correct. Oh, I know that.
and that's the case across the country. I mean, the original surveys were literally done with chains, and so it's very different than what we do now.
That's correct.
So,
That's
Okay.
true.
but I don't know that that's really
The
part of the
question.
discussion.
the-
I did look at some of the surrounding parcels. I mean, the next door neighbors, looks like the Halversons have somewhere around 4 acres. I could be wrong.
Right.
just adding up their pieces, the neighbors further to the north, some of them are around an acre or two. So none of the lots here are conforming. All of them probably eventually should be rezoned and corrected so that they become conforming. In my mind, if they were made conforming, the logical step would be that perhaps it's RR1 along the road here for a section, and maybe it does go to RR5 as a buffer zone and then out. So when I look at it from a long-term planning perspective, I think what they're requesting here is very reasonable and fits with the current outlay of the properties and what I would suggest would be good planning practices. So that's my thought on it. Any other thoughts or questions before we look for a motion?
No, I did want to make a comment because he took the time, but I appreciate when residents like Mr. Halverson take the time to call us commissioners and say, hey, here's my concerns. It might have been 45 minutes that we talked on the phone and discussed, the concerns and what the thought processes were. And we might not always agree on what decisions are, but I think to take that time ahead of time to understand how we look at properties is a good thing. So I appreciate that, Mr. Halverson. I guess just a couple comments, having lived up here most of my life also. I don't know if there's too many neighbors I couldn't find over time that have done something incorrectly on their property, or that has a incorrect property line, or I don't know. There's always some things are more affect you more than other things. I agree with what Mr. Halverson said. If there's issues that between property owners anywhere that could health, safety, welfare, call the appropriate people and get that taken care of as soon as you can. I've tried to make similar calls and haven't gotten anywhere, and I've made other calls and have gotten somewhere. As far as a rezone, I think the Halversons or the Guffeys could sell their property tomorrow. So it's hard for us as commissioners to say, well, depending on the personality, that's how we'll rezone. we don't know who's going to own the property from one day to the next. And so now I'm going full circle back to what Chair Newton mentioned, and I appreciate him making that comment. Even though it's inconsistent, the zoning and how everything's been laid out, I think it would be consistent as far as how things are existing right now on the road right there. There's a lot of smaller lots just next door, way smaller than 2 5-acre parcels. So those are my comments.
I have nothing additional.
All right, we'll look for a motion on item number G1.
See if I can do it right, Robert. I move that we rezone the property from A20 to rural residential 5-acre minimum, and reflect it on the future land use map for parcel number 00-001-1195 and serial number 01-003-410-11. Is located at 4950 and 4964 South Highway 66 near Port Oil.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you.
I guess I didn't have that in my packet. Mine read totally different. So.
Was that an okay motion, Director?
Was that an okay one? Yeah. I just read it off of here.
Parcel numbers.
I'm not sure if we have the right.
I have the recommended motion in front of me.
Yeah, I apologize.
You want to go ahead and
I
read
was
the recommended?
trying to
Why don't you
find
read
the
it?
motion that we
Just to
put
make
in.
sure we get this right.
Yeah, I don't think that was a motion. It has to be two separate things. One, it has to change the future land use map from agriculture to ranch residential 5-acre, and rezone the property from A20 to RR5.
Do you want me to read it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can we add to that?
I
Commissioner
apologize.
Fackrell?
Sorry.
Yeah, he can go ahead.
I move we approve the Guffey rezone, application number 5.089, changing 10 acres with a rezone, changing from A20 to RR5, and an amendment to the future land use map from agricultural to ranch residential 5, based on the findings listed in the staff report dated February 6, 2024.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion
E-
passes.
Even though we did the last one wrong.
All right, let's move to item G2.
Mike?
This is,
Since that other one was a motion on the floor, we need to withdraw that motion before you do this one.
well, we even voted on it, so you want to just officially?
I'll just officially say I withdraw that motion,
Okay,
the first
we'll withdraw
motion.
the first motion. Stick with the second. Okay, Morgan County Fire Department, residential fire.
Can we have a
sprinkler
little break?
ordinance. Yeah, let's take just a very brief 4-minute recess if we can.
It's a long night.
Huh? Oh, marking the vote, oh, yeah. Yes. I will try to do that. Okay, perfect. You want to just set it there and I'll sign it.
I live on Highway 66. Dale Wilson.
Can I just, I do gotta run. Can I just let you know?
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah.
And Julie.
Okay.
And then I have Sister Janet over by the church, Janet Waller.
Yeah.
A lot of siblings up here.
Yes, you do.
And I'm the new face of the new.
Oh, really? Why?
Because we just opened an office up here. We haven't had one here, even though the paper's been, there's one something not, I have a device in waiting for a post to get the video. So I haven't had sessions or anything, but, we have not had an office up here. So the guy who bought the building is, got me out of retirement. I said, hey, help us. You got to do something. And I'll just.
Really?
It's like a reunion every day. Seriously.
I'm so glad we have it again.
We're over at the Golden West Church.
It was horrible before.
Well, I'm
When they ended it.
yeah, but I'm making some changes, and people don't like changes. They don't like change. Like too much sports, too much school information, not enough about Milton, Enterprise, different places. So hopefully,
Well, that's awesome.
yeah. But
Welcome then.
I'm
You're a lifer.
I'm a lifer.
You are.
I'm not a transplant.
No, you aren't.
Anyway, thanks, guys.
You bet.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order here. Appreciate you bearing with us as we took a quick break there. We have 2 more agenda items here we hope to get through, and then we'll move on. All right. Item G2, Morgan County Fire Department residential fire sprinkler system requirements. Josh?
Yep. So the sprinkler ordinance was brought to you about a month ago after Chief Kerrigan presented it to you along with some help from other fire staff. You directed staff to take it to the Planning Commission. Planning Commission met on this item on their last meeting. I believe that was it was all the way back then. No, it wasn't. It was the last meeting in January.
It was January 11th.
Was it really?
Because we weren't able to get it on the next agenda for county commission.
Okay, so apparently it's been almost a month since the Planning Commission heard this. It's all kind of blended together. Apologize for that. Planning Commission, they had quite a few questions for Chief Kerrigan, and those were answered. Planning Commission voted to recommend approval of this item 3.2, and with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Kerrigan.
Good evening, Commission. I'm here to discuss sprinkler ordinance for the county. And as you know, we've had some rapid growth in the county. A lot of it has been on the outskirts in the urban interface, and a lot of it has been in areas of the county that we don't have a water system. And as you know, we have adopted the IFC code, which requires fire flow for all buildings constructed in the county. So to meet the fire flow, a lot of these people can't do it because of either costs or there's not enough water. So basically, this ordinance will help us to be able for these people to build in these areas where a water system just isn't viable. So as the AHJ, we're just diverting from the standard and allowing the sprinkler system in lieu of a water system. So instead of a water system, if we could put a sprinkler system in, then they'd be able to build. The sprinkler system is an exception to the rule, and so when they can't meet fire flow. So this will allow growth in parts of the county that can't meet the IFC code for fire flow because of the cost. So I'm here to answer questions. I know there's quite a few out there. Garrett has a few comments too.
So, and just for the record, for those not familiar with the International Fire Code, the AHJ stands for the authority having jurisdiction, which would be the fire marshal. And so, but the fire marshal works closely with the fire chief. And just to reiterate what Boyd was saying, the International Fire Code, I'll just read a portion of it. So this is in the International Fire Code, section 507.1, and under our Morgan County Code, we've adopted the latest adopted fire code that the state has adopted and mandates that the counties follow. And so that's the 2021 version. There will be a 2024 version, and I'm sure the state will eventually adopt that. And by so doing, under our code, we'll have the latest adopted, just incorporated by reference. So the required water supply under the International Fire Code 507.1 states an approved water supply capable of supplying the required fire flow for fire protection shall be provided to the premises on which facilities, buildings, or portions of buildings are hereafter constructed or moved into or within the jurisdiction. So this applies broadly to the entire jurisdiction of Morgan County, that you have to have an approved water supply capable of supplying the required fire flow. So as Boyd was saying, this is the fire sprinkler ordinance is actually a deviation or a lessening of the stringent requirements of the International Fire Code that already apply within the county. If we didn't have an authority having jurisdiction, that under the fire code they can deviate when it's impractical to have those fire flows. They can deviate and establish their own standards. The standards that the authority having jurisdiction is already applying within the county is exactly what's being suggested by this ordinance. The reason that they're requesting that the ordinance be adopted is because then it provides more transparency for those building within the county of what the standard is, and it's just being codified in an ordinance. Otherwise, if this ordinance isn't adopted, the authority having jurisdiction still has the final say on what fire flow requirements are. And if the fire code official was not deviating from the International Fire Code, then the only buildings that would be being built under the stringent requirements of the fire code would be those with access to an approved water supply capable of supplying the required fire flow. So I just wanted to let you know why this is coming. Also, the state legislature, I believe it was last session, they passed a law that said, to require these fire sprinklers, the county needs to adopt an ordinance, a fire sprinkler ordinance. And so, but once again, they've also adopted the International Fire Code 2021 version, which requires a water supply system. So they're somewhat conflicting. This just removes the ambiguity so that we don't have competing codes within the county. So unless you have further questions, that's all I wanted to say initially.
Are there any differences in what's here as opposed to what was before us a month or so ago, a month and a half ago? Any changes been
The
made?
ordinance itself has not changed.
That's what I thought.
Actually, I was wondering if there is a change. Because last time you required to have anything that was over 3,600 square feet. It's not in here now.
It wasn't in there before.
It was a discussion point, but it was not.
It was a discussion point that I've asked for multiple times, but it's not making its way into it. I'm not quite sure why, but
Good evening. My name is Golden Bear. I'm the fire marshal for Mountain Green. So the 3,600 square feet is actually out of Appendix D of the International Fire Code. So which states that anything above and beyond that, now we start stepping up water flow requirements. So 3,600 square feet is a standard, more or less. That's our cutoff point.
Yeah, it's just not in the ordinance that we're talking about tonight.
It is in the IRC. It's already.
So that means we would have
I
to
get
follow
that, but this ordinance, the way I read it, says that every dwelling would require a fire sprinkler system if
Right.
it's in the wildland urban interface, regardless of size.
That is something we can look at, but as
Because the
far as
ordinance
WUI
says, it says if any of the following conditions exist, and then it lists out, well, 5 potential conditions. The 6th is an exception. But those 5 potential conditions, none of them address that. I mean, it talks about 10,000 square feet and over, but the first one is what concerns me, in that if it's located in the wildland urban interface, it's part of it.
And maybe I can also say that Boyd and I, we've had this discussion, and rather than try to put it in where you want it, we thought we'd bring it here. The suggestion that I was going to say is put it in the exception, that if it's a single-family dwelling, does not so this is under A6, a single-family dwelling does not require a fire sprinkler system if the dwelling, and then you can say, is under 3,600 square feet unless otherwise required by the AHJ. Because the hard part is, depending on where it's built, even if it's under 3,600 square feet, the authority having jurisdiction may still want that. And the example that they gave to me is we have we have a parcel that is up Jeremy Ranch Road, and it may take 45 minutes to get there in good conditions. And so if the further away it is from a fire station, even if it's 3,599 square feet, they may still want some sprinklers, because the way that a fire spreads, and I think Dave Vickers will speak to this, is it doubles every minute. And so if you're 45 minutes out, that's a lot different than going 15 minutes out. And so by having a broad sweeping rule in an area that's not conducive to being accessible to fire apparatus, then it at least provides their best chance of getting there. And sometimes the sprinklers will actually put the fire out. And so by saying generally, the 3,600, unless otherwise, it gives a discussion point for the authority having jurisdiction to use their training, which, I can't say that I have. I've read a lot about it over the past few months, and as I've been working with different developers and residents, but I'm still not an expert where I could speak to, what would be needed in each area. I think generally the 3,600 has a lot of data behind it that it allows, it's just not as big of a fire, and so it can be contained a lot more. But by having a broad sweeping rule that doesn't take into account fire apparatus access, distance from fire stations, things like that, it could cause problems rather than fix the problem we're hoping this addresses. So.
Okay.
So hold up before you go on. I want to be really clear. I don't think that, and correct me if I'm wrong, commissioners, I don't think that any of the commission is against a sprinkler ordinance or is not concerned with safety. So I want to be clear that when we go through this in this discussion, it's not about the fact that we're not on board with the safety part of this and with the fact that we understand that we need to do what we can to mitigate fires in the community and the spread of those fires. So when I go back and forth with you on this, it's not because I'm against the sprinklers at all. I want to be very clear about that. We very much support the health and safety and welfare of our community and our firefighters. So you don't have to convince us on that. That's not the discussion in my mind. The discussion in my mind is, how would this ordinance, if enacted, apply to residents throughout the community, and how do we ensure, number one, fairness to those residents? So I understand what you're saying with, okay, well, maybe we leave some of this up to the, sorry, what's the term again?
The AHJ, or the authority having jurisdiction.
That's great, except if you get an individual in there that happens to be very difficult to work with, then is there fairness applied throughout the community? And I worry about that, right? So that's a concern I have, and I think we need to figure out, and maybe we just have to live with that, if that's what it takes to be safe on it. But those are the kinds of things that I think we need to discuss and figure out and make sure that the ordinance, when it's applied, my biggest concern here is my kids can't afford to live in Morgan County and won't be able to. And we keep adding more and more things. I mean, this is part of the discussion we had earlier about the geotech thing. If it costs an extra $9,000 to add geotech, and now it's going to cost me another $20,000 or $30,000 to add a sprinkling system to my modest home, pretty quick, I've priced my kids right out of this community, and that's a concern to me. It doesn't matter how many fires we can put out if we don't have people living here, and we're going to kill our community, at least of young people, by doing that. So I want to be careful about how we apply this so that we're not hurting our residents, and at the same time we're protecting them. Does that make sense?
Okay, first off, Commissioner, just to re-clarify, is the Wildland Urban Interface Code is a totally separate thing, but this ordinance is related to buildings, period. Because you have to have a fire flow requirement to build a building, and that was explained. This ordinance, or this law, came about on the state legislature a year ago because if we follow what the fire code says, nobody could build in areas without a water supply. So this was created as a tool through negotiation with home builders, the state legislature, the fire service, to come up with a reasonable, because that's a big key word we want to keep in this, is reasonable way in which we could allow building in some of the more rural areas. A lot of the big areas, Kane County, a few other places that were in that. So as far as the smaller homes and the more affordable homes, if we can get a water system there, we're fine. This is just to give a tool if there's an area that's just not economically feasible to put in a 1 million gallon water tank, 8-inch water lines, those kind of things, to give an option to do that. So this is designed, and if one of those things that if you read the ordinances, one of the criteria is not just the Wildland Urban Interface, take that out, but there's one line in there about if they can't meet the required fire flow. So what this ordinance is to give an option so that the building department and the fire department can approve a home in a situation where we can't feasibly put in that water system. And the way that it came up with the 3,600 square feet is, if we go back into the history of the international codes, I've been on the committee with the state since 2006, where we discussed the codes and we approached the legislature to get them approved. And what it is in the history of building the codes and with the fire service, the 3,600 came in with a reasonable amount in what a fire department can initially respond to and be able to maintain a fire flow and fight a fire because of the size of the home, the amount of expected fire behavior. Looking at the structure is a content fire, and above that, if you look at your appendices, the amount of fire flow requirements go up by the size of the building and stuff. So they came up with 3,600 being what can be reasonable. There are some fire departments that can't make the 3,600, but they didn't make it. So they made it to a reasonable amount that they determined through, and it's been 3,600 for years, for better than 20 years, because they do in their discussions with the fire service, this was a reasonable amount with a fire load that a structure 3,600. For the general rule, the American Fire Service can pretty much maintain a fire flow through tanker shuttles, different kind of things, to contain a fire with a fire load of 3,600 square feet. You get above that, the chances of containing it go way down for a fire department. So that's where that 3,600, it wasn't pulled out of a hat. It was actually through studies, and it's been established for
So is this protecting structures or people?
Both. Because that's one of the
Smoke
things.
detectors protect people more, I believe.
Well, I can tell you a little bit about the Appendix 13D system, which is most likely to go into buildings. So an NFP 13 system is a commercial, sorry, let me get over here. No, you're fine. So NFP 13 system is more of a commercial system. Well, the systems we're talking about going into these residential units are the 13D systems. And the reason we're putting those in is because, number one, life safety. Because the way fire spreads, the way it goes so quick nowadays, more than it did even 20 years ago when I got into the fire service, is smoke kills people way before the fire does. So what we're looking to try to do with these systems is keep the fire low, keep it small, so we can get people out of the house. That's the first thing that these systems are designed to do. And then we're trying to compartmentalize that fire. That's the second thing these systems are trying to do. So if we can keep the fire from coming to a condition called flashover, which is the entire contents of the room being engulfed, then if we can keep that from happening, the fire spread into the adjacent compartments is far less likely. And it provides time for the local fire department to come in and put the fire out. So to answer your question, and as straight as a fire marshal can, it depends. We're trying to do both. We're looking after life safety first.
Yeah, because after a minute, I don't want my structure saved. Because the damage is done, smoke damage is done, the structure's gone as far as that goes. The safety of getting the people out is the most important thing to me. However, I just want to know, how is this going to affect Mike if he sells his son a 1-acre piece of property in Croydon? I want to know. I want to see an example of how that affects somebody in our community. So address that for me, if you would,
So
please.
we actually have a couple buildings in my jurisdiction that are coming up against us right now. And because they don't have a fire system, per se, louder. That's one thing I've been never told to do, is be louder. So we have a couple homes that are in this position right now where they don't have access to water supply. They don't have access to fire suppression water. So in this case, because they don't have access to that, they're going to be required to put fire sprinklers in. The sprinklers, again, will go off their culinary system, the system of the well, in one particular case, where they're going to be able to have this system and put that fire out. Now, this is not going to go in every home. If you have a fire suppression system that is good, if we have our required fire flow, we don't need this.
You're talking fire hydrant, though, right?
Yeah, fire hydrants.
Well, that's not going to happen in Croydon. So.
It's not just the fire hydrant. I mean, we have some fire hydrants in Croydon, but the truth is I don't know that we have the flow. Dave could probably tell me for sure, but we don't have enough storage to give the flow that we would need.
Yeah.
So it's not even just having a fire hydrant, it's the flow issue. And this brings me back to where I was before. The 3600 is great, and I'm fully on board with this ordinance, but we have to work that in so that we're not requiring it of every single structure. If I'm going to build a 1,200 square foot home, I don't want to have to put a sprinkler system in it. And frankly, I don't think that it's necessary for health, safety, and welfare to have a sprinkler system in a small home. Maybe in some situations it might be, and maybe if you were putting that home in the scrub oak in some places, you'd want that so it doesn't spread quickly, right? But I think if you include the defensible space, which we already have in the ordinance, and we put some parameters in there to make it so that, look, if you're building a 10,000 square foot home, you probably ought to expect to put a sprinkler system in it. That's fine. And you can probably afford it if you're building a home that large, frankly. But for those who can't and are building smaller homes, we need to think about that. The other thought that we need to think about is prefab homes are a common thing, right? Whether they're built to IFC standards, or not IFC, IBC, International Building Code standards, or whether they're built to HUD standards, they exist and they come in. To try to install a sprinkler system in a prefab home after it's on site would be ridiculous, right? And nearly impossible, very, very expensive. But typically those homes are well below the 3,600 square foot, so it wouldn't matter. So I guess all I'm getting at is how do we work that in and make this ordinance work so that we're protecting the large structures with the sprinkler ordinance and we're dealing with the smaller structures in a way that to me is reasonable. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So with
But-
that being said, I think it would be more appropriate under A1 because the exception already talks about being located outside the wildland urban interface. The exception to under 6, and so I think if you put it in 1, is located in an urban wildland interface area and greater than 3,600 square feet.
But if I'm understanding this correctly, they ultimately have the say.
Well, I think that maybe under a B, we could say, and there isn't a life, like a health, safety, welfare, or life issue. We could put in something that says the authority having jurisdiction may require it for a structure under 3,600 square feet if, and then some guidelines that would
But that, yeah, because that just gives them ultimate jurisdiction.
But they
And
already
if-
have that under the fire code. They already have that. This is helping people build what they can't do under the fire code as it is. The fire code says you have to have a water system. Now, historically,
Well,
the
and
county
I
has not
understand
required that.
But we
but let
have
me
the
finish,
authority to
because-
create the code. So whether they have that or not,
But-
we can decide some
But
parameters
you
for the
can't,
code.
because if the state mandates, as a political subdivision, and the state mandates the county follow the IFC, you have to follow it. You can't create codes that are less restrictive.
Well, I understand that, but the state has not done that. The state has given an exception to that, and that's what we're talking about, correct?
That is, but they're contradictory, because the state has said, follow IFC 2021. Also, you can adopt an ordinance as a county to make an exception. We haven't done that, and so we're still following IFC 2021, which gives total control to the AHJ. And so the point being, legally, the county is bound as a political subdivision of the state to follow state mandates. The point here is if we can find that exception, and for most areas, and maybe it's the AHJ that says, sorry, you can't build that in the scrub oak. You got to move it away, or you got to clear that out. There's other ways that they wouldn't have to put in a sprinkler system. But if someone is, focused on, well, I want I want it to look like an elven house, and I want it to be covered by all of this. If that's what they want, okay, you've got to put in a sprinkling system, even though you're 3,500 square feet.
I just want to know how you're going to make that show. That's all. Because
Well, so am I, but if I can just say something, I think we've been extremely consistent for the last almost 3 years since I've been here. And I know the fire department has been extremely consistent for the last year as of January 2023 in applying the same standard. And that has been in multiple discussions with the planning department head. And so when people come in and say that they've been treated differently, it's because we haven't had a consistent group that is saying we have to follow the code. We can't just
Well, and
ignore the
I
code.
think that speaks exactly to what Commissioner Wilson is concerned with. I trust these guys 100%. I don't have any issue with these guys. It's the guys that may come down the road that I don't know how they're going to think. And maybe they'll think exactly like these guys, and I can trust them 100%, and maybe not. And that's not to say anything about, your predecessors or the people who will come after you at all. I'm just saying, anytime we enact an ordinance, we need to be thinking about that. And how do we ensure that there are some bumpers in place to make sure that we're not going way off one
So,
direction or the other?
If
I
I
think
may,
that's all it is.
I think we're looking for some checks and balances to make sure we don't have a rogue fire official, right?
That's exactly right. I think that's all it boils down to. And again, I trust you guys. I don't think we have any rogue fire officials, and I don't think we've had any in the past.
Right.
But I want to make sure that we're careful about
But
it.
it has been applied inconsistently. And so,
In the past, it has been.
And so
Not in the recent past, but in the...
Right. And so I think adopting a code that actually mirrors what the fire code official is already doing as a policy under the International Fire Code provides more transparency and less ability to be sued. Because right now I've got people coming in saying, well, the state code says you have to adopt a fire sprinkler ordinance. Well, that's if we're going off of just this one code, but if we look at the code that says you have to apply the 2021 IFC, and we don't have this exception adopted, now we default to the IFC until there's an exception.
So under the administrative code and the fire code, there is actually a board of appeals that goes on. So that board of appeals in this county, imagine, I'd have to talk to you how that's made up, but that process is already laid in place for someone who wants to say, I don't think this qualifies in my case. You know, so there is a check and balance with that. In addition to that, you know, we talking to the state fire marshal, you know, Ted Black, who's really on board with a lot of stuff that we're doing, and to making sure that this code is being applied equally, even in the statewide. And so we're always talking to, I'm always talking to Bob Zelder, I'm always talking to other fire marshals to make sure that we're being fair, equitable, and that, you know, it's fair across the board. But that Board of Appeals process, which I've only seen used twice within my career, is actually pretty valuable.
And where is that at?
It's in the administrative code and the fire code.
So I guess my question is, because we've had this recently in our county, I don't think that option was given to anybody. I think he's talked to everybody and anybody in our county, and including our attorney and every person that's standing there, I think. And I think it came down to, and I could be wrong, I only hear one side of the story sometimes, but it comes down to, I'll make the decision, you know, and that's what it is. So how does that play out then, is what I guess my question is.
Oh, I could get way more in depth than this. You probably want to go into right now. But, you know, I think this is a good discussion for some other time, but there is a check and balance in there, and we can break that open anytime, you know, you guys would like to.
And that individual you're talking about has hired an attorney that's reached out to me, and I sent an email explaining everything I'm explaining tonight and haven't heard a thing back since January 12th. And it is frustrating when individuals go around and they talk, you know, to everyone and try and pit each other against each other. And I had to sit this individual down and say, we're not going to talk about what so-and-so said unless they're in the room, because those type of antics don't actually help anyone come to an agreement. It doesn't move anything forward. At the end of the day, we're bound by our code. And, you know, from where I'm at,
yeah.
Yeah.
We should, as a county, come to an agreement on what that should be.
And there's never a final decision, because there's always
person is trying to make the decision himself as well. When you're saying you're limiting it to basically me as the fire marshal and the AHJ, it's got to go both ways.
Sure, no, I agree. That's why I think we need to come together as a group and have something that works for our county.
One of the other things I wanted to bring up here was that you talked about the system in Croydon. That's one of the reasons that we're doing this, is to try and help some of those systems out. As Chief Kerrigan brought up before, these systems aren't being able to keep up. And this is a way to help them try and do that.
Oh, and I appreciate it, and I think we may have gotten a little bit off track here, because it feels like there's a little bit of back and forth, like a feeling like we don't want a sprinkler ordinance. I want to be clear, that's not my intent. I want this ordinance. I just want this ordinance to be a little more reasonable than it's currently written. That's it. So I want it to be in place. I want it to work. It's just the way I read this currently, it wouldn't help anybody in Croydon. It wouldn't help anybody in the rest of the county, other than saying you are forced to have a sprinkler system, regardless of the home size, because there's not the fire flows there. So all I'm saying is, let's go through this. Let's see what adjustments we could make that we feel like are reasonable, that make it work for our constituents and still provide the safety that we want to provide. That's all. It sounds like if there's an appeal authority, that makes me feel better. I wasn't aware of that in the past. So knowing that, I feel like that puts some bumpers in place. And again, it's not that I trust you, Dave, 100%. I don't know you very well, but I would trust you. So it's not about that. I think it's just about making sure there are some checks and balances in place. That's it. And I would do the same. I mean, I would push back 100% on our planning department if some of those decisions came down to just one guy, and he was telling people that they had to do things that cost them tens of thousands of dollars, whether warranted or not. I wouldn't like that either. I want to protect our people from that kind of thing. So getting back around to it, let's just go through the ordinance and let's talk about what we feel like is reasonable. I like some type of square footage requirement. I do think, though, Garrett, you suggested putting it in one. My only concern is that very first paragraph says if any of the following conditions exist. So I don't know if just adding that to one actually resolves it, because some of these conditions, for example, number 2 says it's in an area where the public system does not exist, or I assume the fire flow doesn't exist as well. So I don't think that resolves it fully. And I don't know what we need to do to tweak that, if it does go under an exception, if it goes under something else, or if we need to reword that first paragraph.
So maybe I can say under A, before we get to any of the subpoints, we could say automatic fire sprinkler systems are required to be installed in any new residential structure exceeding 3,600 square feet in Morgan County, if any of these. Then it could apply to all, right? Then we still have the exception down there. So.
May I ask a question on that 3,600 square feet?
Yeah.
For a fire, it happens. What's the difference between 3,600 and 4,000 square feet? What's the difference between 3,000 and 3,600?
Well, I think Dave
So
was
I'm just
pretty clear about
curious.
that. There's been some studies done. You have to draw the line somewhere,
Yeah,
right?
I know,
If you're going
but
to
you
draw
draw
the
a
line, and it sounds
line.
like they.
I'm just not following. I mean, I understand it, and I understand totally the fire system. The problem, there's a couple of problems. For one, young people wanting to move into Morgan cannot afford to do a sprinkler system. But then again, for their safety, I want them to have a sprinkler system. I don't want them to go without a sprinkler system. Matt's telling me it costs $27,000. He just got a bid back for a house. I don't know how big the house is, but it's expensive. I want to protect the families. Now, if
They
my
can
da-
choose to
I'm-
build under 3,600.
Okay, yeah, 3,599 square feet, I'm going to build my house. I'm not, but if I did, I'd make sure I take off that 1 inch, whatever it needs to be to make it 3,599. But what about the people that right now, I'm just thinking, I doubt a 90-year-old man would go and build a house right now, and he would say, heck, I don't care if the house burns up. I'll just build another one. And that's what Matt's kind of saying in a way. Hey, I'll just build me another one. I don't care about the house. I care about the people. So the question for me is this is a code that we're trying to put into place that will benefit everyone and keep us all safe, but yet at what cost are we doing it?
That 90-year-old man is going to die sooner than a 35-year-old man, and then someone who hasn't made that choice is going to come into that building, perhaps a young family, right, that may live there. And so if it's about protecting people, that's why we have a building code. That's why we have health, safety, welfare analysis that's done by the planning department. Isn't just, because I may be willing to assume the risk. I'll let it burn down. I'll be able to get my kids out, or whatever I convince myself. But planning isn't about that person. People move all the time. They can sell their house. A 90-year-old man building a house is going to pass that on much sooner than a young person building a house. And so either way, the county doesn't discriminate on age or anything like that. It's just health, safety, welfare. What is the minimum requirements? What are the things that we're required to do to not protect just the person that's applying for the building permit now, but the people that may inherit or purchase the home later on?
Well, and based on what Garrett's told us and what's been explained here, we need an ordinance, because right now we're under the state ordinance that is much more restrictive in my mind. And like Dave mentioned, this affects a lot of areas of the county. Croydon's one of them, but there's plenty of areas where we have these smaller systems that don't have the fire flows. I think, didn't we count up like 9 or 10 different water systems that were...
To give you an idea how this works and how I've applied it in other jurisdictions, is your son or daughter wants to build a house out in Croydon. If we actually follow state law, there's not an adequate fire flow. Technically, you shouldn't be able to issue them a building permit. It doesn't meet the code. So how you apply this...
Even if they put sprinklers right now, right? Because if we don't have an ordinance,
If you don't have an ordinance. So how this ordinance would work is come in and with you guys are comfortable with the 3,600 square feet. If your son came to me and I was a building official, I would sit here and say, okay, here's the option. There's not enough homes. You're not building a subdivision. We can't put in a water tank and lines and stuff. But if you keep it under 3,600 feet, you're good. If it's going over that, you'll need to put in a residential sprinkler system. And then I heard you mentioned earlier about fire flow. And the nice thing about a 13D residential sprinkler system is they're designed on quick response, low temperature heads. Basically, they put out 13 gallons a minute. They're designed for a fire flow of 2 of them, so basically 26 gallons a minute. So how these can be built in an area, you don't have to have a well that can put out so much GPM. It's just like adding a big water heater inside your house.
It's a pressure tank, right, essentially?
Yeah, and they actually have systems now where they tie into the culinary, so it flows with running your sink and your toilets and your showers and stuff. They have those systems are available too. But you don't have to have, because I've had that question come up, well, can I use my well to meet fire flow? Well, a lot of the wells won't meet the 2-hour requirement fire flow. So these are designed so that it can overcome those kind of challenges. It's self-contained within that structure. And you mentioned the thing about, I definitely hear it about, I don't care if my house burns down because that's what I have in insurance. But we on the fire side have to start looking what's happening in the country now with fire service and fires going on, is that structure with some wind takes out all of Croydon instead. So we're trying to keep the fires contained to that structure and not, because we got to protect the public from their homes. From my job is to keep the fires from getting to the homes. That's what my actual job is. But we also got to protect the county from a home starting and spreading through
that wildland urban enhanced.
Yeah, so like I say, I know 3,600 sounds, but they have battled, they've done that. Like I say, it's been that way in the fire code for 20 plus years. Way back when I started my fire service career, we were talking, and Commissioner Newton was right. Somewhere we had to pick a reasonable benchmark. And so that's in the fire code, that's where the 3,600 came from. It's reasonable, and like you say, if a home's over 3,600, it's not the starter home department generally. So what this sprinkler ordinance is really is a way for us to not violate state law and tell people, if you don't have hydrants and a water tank near you and meet a certain fire flow, if your home's 10 by 10, you can't build it if you really go by the state law. But if we have an ordinance, we can make an exception, keep it under 3,600 feet, 3,600 square feet, not distance. And here's a way that we can allow you to do it. So if you look at it, what we're just trying to do is create an option so that we can get those type of homes built.
Is that square footage, how's that? Livable square footage?
Outside.
The other ones all indicate within the exterior walls of the dwelling unit. So I don't know if you're,
Does that mean garages are
I
included?
don't know. It's
No,
within,
garage.
it's within the exterior walls, but I don't know how they define dwelling unit. So I think he's looking that up. So this is just an exception to the IFC requirement.
Yeah.
You're seeking to broaden the exception
Slightly.
that is proposed so that it doesn't require, we would have to state an exception. It's not just where it's required. We would have to also include an exception for any home under 3,600 square feet, right? Because the way this language begins, automatic fire sprinkler systems are required to be installed in any new residential structure in Morgan County, and you propose to include the exception there. But if we don't accept out everything under 3,600 feet generally from the IFC, then we would have to, and I don't know if we can do that, but that, I think that's what you're seeking to broaden it to.
That's what I'm hoping, and I don't know what that verbiage looks like, so maybe that's something we need to
And I have another
work through a
question.
little more.
So even if I'm in an area that has a water system, that has the fire flow, if I build a home in excess of 10,000 square feet, I'm required to put a fire system in.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the way I read this. And if I'm in a subdivision, if my home is bigger than the average, and the average is under 10,000, then I'm required to put it in there too. I don't know that I understand that requirement.
To double the average, is that what you're?
The,
number
the
5.
10,000 in this ordinance says that the state approved. The 10,000 came in for areas that don't follow the appendix. So the appendix is the optional thing, and so your fire flows. So when the state made this, the 10,000 is at least a minimum that would give a jurisdiction. So they allowed it to where you can go a little bit bigger. That's all that, because
Well-
that 10,000 isn't, if you have a area with adequate fire flow for the size of structures that are in there, then you meet the fire flow. It's not one of those conditions that are in that ordinance, because all this ordinance is addressing is those items that are in it. They're in a wildland urban interface, they can't meet the fire flow, and those kind of things. If you're in a good subdivision that has the 2 million gallon water tank, the 8-inch lines, we're in a different category. You're meeting the fire flow.
But still, 10,000 triggers.
What's
Well, but see, I think
It
the
says if
language of
any
the
of the
code
conditions
says
exist, sure.
if any of the following conditions exist. One, you've got your urban interface area. Two, the structure's in an area where you don't have a water distribution system that meets the fire flow requirement. Three, so the only fire apparatus road, access road, has a grade greater than 10% for more than 500 continual feet. So you've got a long road, it's got too much grade, even if it's up in an area where they've got it. Take Wasatch Peaks if there was only one road. Okay, I know they have a secondary access requirement. But if you were at the top of Wasatch Peaks and they have a 2 million gallon tank and they're able to distribute water to all of those homes that meet the fire flow requirement, but I'm building a 25,000 square foot home on my very expensive lot, I'm going to be required to put a fire system in that one because I've exceeded the 10,000 and the single road is more than 500, right? That's the way I read this. I just want to make sure I'm understanding it, because these aren't a cumulative set of conditions. They're separate conditions. If I meet any of the conditions exist, then I'm putting in a fire system. And so the 10,000 square feet, my brother was a firefighter. He drove up through my neighborhood and area and said, frankly, he said, "You have a volunteer fire department?" And I'm like, "Yes." And he said, "If your house starts on fire, get out." because they'll struggle to put it out. And I'm not close to 10,000 square feet, but there are homes up and around me that are well over it. And, you know, just based on what he said, I would think you would want a fire suppression system in it just because it's so big. But then the one I was asking about is the next one down that says if your home is twice the size of the average, so let's say the average is 3,600 square feet, but I built an 8,000 square foot home on the larger cul-de-sac lot at the end of one of the cul-de-sacs. I have to now put in a fire system even though mine doesn't meet the 10,000 square foot threshold. And that's the one I don't understand.
I mean, there tends to be a bridge over gap between square footage and the amount of water that a fire hydrant can even supply. We're only going to get so much water out of that 4 or 5 inch holes. So around that 10,000 mark is what they've said. Listen, at 10,000, according to Appendix B in International Fire Code, you're looking at somewhere between, depending on your construction type, 2,500 gallons a minute. That's a struggle for any of our systems, even downtown. So they start looking and going, well, what's feasible? What can we do? Well, at this point, we're not going to get a whole lot of water out of a fire hydrant beyond that anyway. So no matter what the pressures are. So I think I can't say I didn't write the code, but that's kind of what we're looking at is that bridge over.
So does this come from like a standard exception that's been granted
That's
in
exactly
other
what's been adopted in the state code. It's just a copy and paste, putting in Morgan County's name in it.
Okay. All right.
But to the point, so Morgan has adopted Appendix B of the International Fire Code, but it's not required by state code to adopt it. We just have to adopt the 2021 Fire Code. Appendices are discretionary to the counties, but the county, under our code, has adopted Appendix B. And so, you know, what was said before is this was for, you know, to put some constraints in counties that haven't adopted appendices, that they could adopt this and still have at least some benchmarks.
Do we have the capacity to grant the broader exception that he's seeking, that the IFC requirements won't apply to any home under 3,600 square feet?
Well, that's where the authority having jurisdiction can deviate from the International Fire Code when fire flows are impractical.
So we would do a general exception for anything under 3,600 square feet unless required by the authority having jurisdiction. So if that's what everybody's comfortable, then what I think we should do is have you build that in where you think it goes best.
So just under Appendix B, B105, fire flow calculations is actually from 0 to 3,600. It says right here, no fire suppression system needed. So if we have the water supply, and of course there's outliers, urban wireline or urban interface, something along those lines. There's always going to be those things, but it already says it right there.
So can I just clarify that it's no automatic sprinkler system required, not no fire flow, right? So,
Right, automatic
yeah.
sprinkler system.
Well, and that's if there's fire flow, and the whole issue we're trying to resolve is in the situation or the areas of the county where there's not sufficient fire flow, which is a well, which is most of our smaller systems. I mean, I don't know, maybe Cottonwoods could probably provide that, but I would bet that a lot of the other systems, I doubt Peterson Pipeline can, I doubt the systems up in Richville, Porterville could. There you go. So really this affects the entire county, and that's why I think at the end of the day, I think if we can build that exception in that's reasonable, then I'm totally on board. I don't know if that means we need to, how much we need to tweak. I do agree with Commissioner McConnell on the, on number 5. That one doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But number 5, the double the average of the total floor area of unsprinkled homes in the subdivision no larger than 10,000 square feet. I feel like all the other items would take care of that.
Yeah, fire
to be
load, right?
honest.
So if you have the smaller homes around the bigger home, it's possible if that house catches on fire without a fire sprinkler system in it, that it could radiate to the houses around it. So it's basically protecting the homes around it.
But
So
in
fire
in
comes
Bigger,
theory,
hotter fire because it's twice as big.
in
as
theory
the
though, they're not going to meet if they're bigger than 3,600 square feet, which chances are they are if they're double the size, right? They're not going to meet one of these. They're going to be required to do a system anyway. So I feel like it's kind of redundant. It's probably not even necessary. I don't care if we leave it in. It's just, to me, one of those other conditions is going to exist, and they're going to have to do the system anyway. If that makes sense.
I have a question. In here, or in the fire code, maybe it doesn't have it, maybe it does. Is there anything on the type of home that you can build? Because I know there's some homes that have zero wood in them. Can you build a home and not be required to have this?
You know, the fire code and the building code, they're written by the same people. Fortunately, right, international ICC. So they do mirror each other and they complement. A lot of that actually is in the building code. So I'm really not well versed.
Because if I build a complete cement home, roof included, I wouldn't need it.
You're gonna do cement interior walls?
Well, have you heard of the
Last question I have is if we have let's say we have a 2,500 square foot house and they want a 1,500 square foot addition, do they have to retro their house?
We have that issue come up frequently as of right now.
So, in terms of how we move forward, I would like to see the updated text before we vote on it personally. I think there's enough changes that I don't feel comfortable approving something that we haven't seen the final product. But that being said, I don't want anybody to go away from this feeling like the commission doesn't want this. For all intents and purposes, I want this. I just want it tweaked slightly so it's a little more reasonable. That's it. That's my thought and feeling. And commissioners, if you have any other thoughts. And then,
Can we hear the public?
yeah, we need to get to the public hearing as well. But any other comments, Dave? Or
I just wanted to say that as far as Wasatch Peaks goes, as per agreement with them, everything up there is sprinkled, regardless of size.
I was just using it as an example, so.
I think they're all going to probably be past that 10,000 square foot mark anyway. But
And
Okay.
what I'll do is I'll take the state code and I'll just do a side-by-side comparison as an exhibit so you can see that it just mirrors the language, and then I'll highlight Morgan County or anything that is changed so that you have a point of reference.
perfect. Okay, we'll look for a motion to adjourn the public meeting and convene a public hearing for item number G2.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. We are now in public hearing.
Okay, I'll kind of be quick.
John, will you state your name for the record?
My name is John Cannon, and I think I understand what the purpose of the ordinance is from listening to the discussion. And you know, I don't think any of us are opposed to trying to make things safer or better, or and I think trying to have an exception to allow, you know, people to build that don't have the fire flow is a good thing. My main concern is residential fire sprinklers. They have their own inherent problems and risks. So I spent 30 years in the healthcare industry as a hospital administrator. So I spent a lot of time with fire sprinklers and trying to compartmental buildings to try to make things safer. And I've seen both sides of the equation. I've seen damage from fire sprinklers. And most of the claims and we had in our buildings were due to fire sprinklers failing. And so my biggest concern is, when we say 3,600 square feet, are we talking about most homes, most starter homes, and if we're trying to control the cost, have affordable housing in our county, are we talking about an 1,800 square foot Rambler not requiring sprinklers, or are we talking about an 1,800 square foot Rambler with an 1,800 square foot basement requiring sprinklers? So that'd be one of my questions on the size. So I think as we write the ordinance, my concern would be that we really study the effect of it, because the other thing is that when we require residential sprinklers in small homes, you have the cost of putting them in, but then the sprinkler system is not any good unless it's maintained properly. Matter of fact, a residential sprinkler system that isn't maintained properly or not installed properly is probably more dangerous than not having it. You have your sprinkler system freeze, you're watching the football game, it's the ceiling falls down because your sprinkler system froze and broke in your house. And so I think my concern is mainly this size. I'm not sure 3,600 is the right number. I don't, if it's 3,600 on the main floor, the living space, that's probably an okay number, but when we want to try to eliminate somebody from building an 1,800 square foot home, I mean, most homes in our community are going to be 1,800 square feet. And so I don't know the answer to that. Did we get an answer to what the 3,600 square foot number is?
3,600 foot Rambler.
38,
It's going to be
an 1,800
basement.
1,800 square foot. So that would be my one concern right there, is that, I'm not, I don't know that most of these homes are going to have unfinished basements that we have, and so I don't know if that's the right number, and I just want to make sure that as we get the ordinance put in place, I do think it's a good idea to have the ordinance. I want to make sure we're very careful about what exceptions, how we write it, because there's always an unexpected consequence of putting an ordinance in. So, I think the main concern I have would be to maintain some affordable housing in the county, allow people to be able to build on their property a reasonable home, which in a lot of cases in our community, we're not talking about a 3,600 square foot home on the main floor. You got to remember, we're talking about an 1,800 square foot home with an 1,800 square foot basement. I guess you could cut the basement in half or something and get under the numbers or something like that. But I'm not sure that number's the right number. So those are kind of my concerns. And also, when you start talking about smaller homes, I think some of the concerns, the risk and the reward start to play a factor in it. Is the benefit, does the benefit outweigh the cost and, concern of maintaining systems and risk of having systems and things like that? So that would be my input.
Thank you.
Tina Kelly, Mountain Green. I'm not going to build anytime soon. I'm not a firefighter. I am a proponent of private property rights, and that's what I'm hearing you talk about. But as I see it, and maybe I'm misunderstanding it, this is an expansion of your ability to use your property, not a limit. The limit is already there in the state code. And what they're trying to do is let you be able to use your property in a way that you can't currently because you don't meet the state code. They're giving you an exception to expand your ability to use, not trying to detract from your ability to use. So for me, it seems like a no-brainer. It's something that you should allow to go forward because it's giving people the opportunity to build where they couldn't build before because there's something not in place, the water system. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know that I have a lot to add, but I do know that I had a lot of questions when I first heard about this. And so the right thing to do, and hopefully people do that, is they come to the meeting and get answers, and also conversations ahead of time, I'm sure help as well. And I appreciate what these guys do, and I appreciate what you guys do, right? I'm not here, I am concerned because I'm trying to build a house. And when I first approached the city / county, or the county and then the city, I was told that I didn't need an attorney. And that's the worst advice I've ever been given. So what's happened is, you know, every time you turn around, there's another fee, there's another cost to it. And so when I heard about having fire suppression system in a home, you know, that was the point where just about was, this is it, you know, another $25,000-$30,000. How am I going to be able to get into this house? Now that said, I didn't have the information, so that's why I came to get that information to see what I have to do. And maybe I'm in an area close enough where I don't need it. But I do have that same concern. I don't have any children that live up here. I have 6 kids, and none of them, and I do have 1 or 2 now that could afford to live here, but it's really difficult. So some of the questions I had, and I think Boyd can answer them for me, but I dealt with, I'm not a professional in the fire sprinkler system yet. I dealt with that for 25 years where I worked. And I heard something new tonight about this NFP 13 system. Okay, D, and I need to look that up because the systems that we dealt with, the system did not go off till it reached 140 or 160 degrees. Okay, and so, yeah, that's what I say. I need to learn about the system you're talking about. But I appreciate, you know, I have concerns, and I'm going to work through that and find out some of the answers with some of these guys, but I appreciate you taking the time. I appreciate you taking my calls and answering what you can answer. You know, I'm probably looking at if it was just me, I could get into the 1,800 square foot house or 3,600 square foot house, but I'm married, so it's probably going to be nothing personal, a little bit more. But anyway, thanks for your time.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no additional public comment, we'll look for a motion to adjourn the public hearing and reconvene the public meeting.
So moved.
Motion a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. We are now back in our public meeting regarding item G2.
I'll make a motion that we postpone this item till our following meeting, till we can discuss this and they can come up with some different verbiage for us.
I'll second it.
The motion and a second to postpone until our February 20th, I believe is the date, meeting. Any concerns with that time frame? Is that sufficient time? Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much, and appreciate your patience waiting through the entire meeting. When this comes back, Julie and Katie, let's make sure we place it early on in the agenda if we can, so we can. Though we've held our public hearing now, so it can be an action item on the next one. I don't think we need to have another public hearing, correct, Garrett?
That's correct. You could choose to
So
have
let's just make
one.
sure we put it earlier on the meeting, because these guys have paid their dues waiting all night here. Not that they don't pay their dues in many other ways. Okay, on to item G3. This is for a text amendment regarding every dwelling to be on a lot.
Last October, early November,
the county commission heard a member of the community, Ms. Deanna Shaw, come and discuss her situation where she was hoping to be able to build a second home on her property and then demolish the first one in order to move in. At that time, the county commission directed staff to put together a text amendment that would allow that type of situation to go forward. The text that I've includes two options, and I'll get to that in a minute. The Planning Commission met on the regularly scheduled meeting of January 11th, even though I swear it wasn't. Anyway, it's just the days are just going by too fast. January 11th, and they it was unanimously they recommended approval with the addition. They added a stipulation that the demolition be completed within 30 days. Originally, I drafted the text to allow some negotiation between the property owner and both the zoning administrator and the building official to determine how much time was going to be needed to demolish that structure. The Planning Commission, they made a recommendation that it be changed to 30 days. So we've included the 30-day text in there as part of B1B, that the demolition shall be completed within 30 days. However, the way staff had it drafted previously is also in there, and you can see that in 1. It says, sign and notarize an affidavit outlining the demolition of the existing dwelling and the timing for the dwelling, or the demolition. And then at the bottom, it says, if the demolition of the existing dwelling does not occur within the time frame outlined within the affidavit, then the county will use the cash assurance bond to demolish the structure. So I'm willing to go whichever way you want to go. If you want it to be 30 days hard fast, I'll enforce it 30 days hard and fast. But if you'd like to give the property owners a little bit more room to kind of figure out how long it's going to take them to move out of that initial structure into the other structure and give them more than 30 days, I'll enforce it that way too.
I'm not a demolition expert, but 30 days seems a little tight. I don't know.
It does to me, just for the fact that they need to get their stuff out, and there's a lot of things. I mean, they're going to have to take a month off sometimes to get rid of all that stuff.
Yeah. Sometimes there are temporary certificates of occupancy that can be granted. I don't know how often we've done that, but that temporary C of O allows them to move everything into the garage, not into the structure itself, until final occupancy is granted through final inspection or whatnot. But I mean, if 30 days is important to the county commission, I can look at issuing more temporary C of Os to allow them to start moving in early. But it's however you feel. I personally would side on the side of giving them a little bit more time to get everything lined up, get the person that they want to demolish the structure lined up, and everything else.
So what's a reasonable time frame? 60 days, 90 days? I think we need to be cautious that it doesn't extend.
I mean, once the demo starts, it's 2
It's
days.
fast once you start it. It's just getting
So
lined
they
up.
need to be on the ball and have that lined up for when they're gonna get their CFO, but 60 days is plenty of time.
What happens if it's in January and we have frost, snow and all that kind
They
of
can
stuff? You
demo
still do
anything
it?
in the frost.
Go ahead.
Those big excavators they don't care what it is.
Yeah, but then it's got to be
It's more the
cleaned up.
time to move your stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
60 days, you don't think?
I think 60 days is good, but then I like the way it was originally done with Josh.
Well, you could do what Josh had proposed, but then just put in an outside limit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that works.
That works for me too.
So
change it to 60
outlining the
and-
demolition of the existing dwelling, and the timing for the demolition, which timing shall not exceed 60 days
60
or
days.
90 days.
90 days at that point.
Did you catch all that?
I'm sorry.
There'll be a quiz afterwards.
One of the reasons I would rather put a maximum amount of time, like 60 or 90 days, and then we can work that into the affidavit, because that way in the affidavit, the applicant is telling me how long it'll take them to demolish it. If they don't do it according to the affidavit, I don't have to start code enforcement
notifications. It gives them more than that. It gives them at least 40 because I have to send them a courtesy notice of compliance, and then I have to send them a 30-day notice of compliance, and then at that point, I would turn it over to the county attorney to prosecute, and he has the authority to work with the applicant instead of prosecuting. So if we have an affidavit where they agree to a specific time,
So Josh, did you hear Commissioner McConnell's suggestion? I think we ought to
apologize.
go with that.
So what we would do is in section 1, your first sentence, where it talks about existing dwelling and the timing for the demolition, and then you just comma, which demolition period shall not exceed 60 days. So I think the Planning Commission's right to identify a kind of a definitive time period. And it will also help you, because some people will come in and say, well, I really want more like a year. And it's like, no, I can only give you up to 60 days. And then in B, that the demolition shall be completed instead of within 30 days of the certificate of occupancy, just say within the time frame set forth in the affidavit. And then if that doesn't occur, you should begin enforcement. And that may give them another 30 or 40 days to get it done based on the enforcement procedure, but then, you know, they've got a total of between 90 and 120 days, assuming they went with the 60-day max.
okay.
Does that resolve your
Yeah,
concern?
that'd be great.
I think that's where we ought to go. I think that's reasonable and not giving people too much time. The hope is that the people who are using this are using it wisely too. So, I mean, we're trying to solve a problem that exists.
Correct.
I like what you've done here, though. Thank you for the work on
Thank
this.
you.
Do we need a public hearing?
Yep,
Yes,
we
have a
do.
public
So let's anything else, Commissioners, before we move to public hearing? Okay, if not, we'll look for a motion to adjourn the public meeting and convene a public hearing.
So moved. Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Oh, I didn't. oppose
Okay,
it.
motion passes. We are now in
Thanks,
public hearing for
Robert.
item number G3. Tina, we're looking at you. All right. Okay, see? Well, okay, sorry.
Okay, Leslie,
You
your
don't
turn.
frequent the podium as often as Tina does.
You're-
Okay, I'll make a motion to close the public.
A motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. We are now back in public meeting, and we are on item G3. We'll look for a motion on item G3.
I screwed it up last time. I'll let you do it, Robert.
So was this, did this come with a ordinance number?
It's 55-312, or 155.
Oh, I've got it. Here we go. I move we approve the revision to Morgan County Code Section 155.312 to add language into the Morgan County Code to allow property owners to build a new home and then demolish an existing home upon completion of the second home based on the text listed in Exhibit A of the staff report dated February 6, 2024, with the changes noted in our meeting tonight.
I'll second it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. I will also note, Josh, I appreciate this. I like this a lot better than what other counties are doing. I think this is more clear
A lot better.
than the information you got that Jeremy found from the other counties. This is just a better. Well, I like to have that research because I think it helps us justify the decisions we're making. So, good research. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, Commissioner comments. I had one item that I wanted to go over with you. I've mentioned in the past and sent some emails about the fact that Wasatch Integrated Waste is moving towards a recycling program district-wide. They now have an individual that can give presentations and help explain how the program will work. I'd like to schedule a time during a work session for them to come and present with us. And where Morgan City is part of the same group, perhaps invite the Morgan City Council to join us for that discussion. Does anybody have any opposition to inviting them to join us for that? Okay, then we'll probably do that one of our next work sessions. We'll look for a time and get it on the agenda. One other update that I'll give, Commissioner Anderson and I met with UDOT last 2 weeks ago, last week, regarding the Croydon Bridge project. That project, when it first went out for initial cost estimate 6 years ago, it was a $2.3 million, $2.4 million project. By the time we're done, it's going to be a little over $10 million. So the costs, I mean, when it went out for bid, it was significantly more, but then with all the added costs. Thankfully, UDOT has been very helpful with the project, and we had a federal grant. That federal grant ran out long ago. It was about $6 million total. So UDOT came in with the remaining money and helped us out with that. We'll still be on the hook for our 6%, but that's all. So I think that's a huge win for us. We didn't have to come in with significantly more money for all the added costs. That project is still moving forward. However, they ran into an issue. They just have to pour a retaining wall and finish the approach on one side. It is open for one-way traffic right now with a stoplight. But in their excavating for that, they found a pipeline that no one knew existed. They think it's an abandoned line, but they're not 100% sure. So they had to bring in a third party to research that. They've brought in all the local pipeline companies. Nobody knows who owns the line, but the line needs to be removed because it's right where the footing needs to go for the retaining wall. So they're still figuring that out. As soon as they figure out whether it's an active line or not, or whether it can be removed, they'll finish that up.
So they found it but didn't breach it?
They did not breach it, although the plan, they've even traced it, and it appears that it ends just past the river on one side and near the cement plant on the other. I don't know. It's a decent-sized line, from what I understand. It's a steel line. So they believe it was a gas line or is a gas line, but again, there's some ambiguity as to who owns it. So anyway, the plan was to either dig up one end and see if they could find an end and determine whether it was abandoned, or to hot tap it and determine whether it's an active line. So anyway, that's where we're at on that project. That has put about a 3 or 4 week delay on the project. So we're still, which we're used to delays, but at least right now we've got traffic flow and we're not on the back road. And I think that's a good thing. So it's a very long way. If you go up there and sit there, you'll think you're going to wait for half a century. That's all I have. Commissioner Fackrell.
I have a question on that.
Yes.
So how much then are we gonna, the 6%, but how much are we, I know we've made some payments on it. How much more are we?
We have about 200,000 left, more or less.
Okay.
And that brings me to another point that I probably should mention. We still have not received that one-time money that
I know.
the legislature promised us last legislative session.
Mm-hmm.
That would more than cover it and cover our match on the old highway, which we're going to have, which would be wonderful. We do have enough right now, just from our B&C funds. We can cover those matches, but it means we won't be able to do many other projects. So we're hoping that other funding comes through. We can use that to pay the matches, and then we'd have funding to do other smaller projects throughout the county.
Okay, all right.
So,
I'll work on it.
but we have paid the vast majority of the match on the Croydon Bridge. We'll have about $100,000 match on the old highway project when that comes this summer.
Okay.
So there's about 300,000 roughly in match that we need to pay this year.
All right, thanks. Yeah, I've got a couple updates, and I do have a big list, but I'm not gonna go through it all because I'm tired. And I know Matt's past his bedtime, so, all right. We right now are in a process of doing a broadband challenge to the federal government. And this is statewide, that's not just our area. But this is for us and for us to spread the word to all the public, which I hope there's going to be somebody watching online later. We need to go in and do some more speed tests, but where you're going to have to go to it is go to our Morgan County website. Jeremy has a click-on spot for that, and and it's called the Broadband Challenge. And we have to do it within the next month and a half. I'm not even sure of the closing date, but we need to do that so that way we can challenge the national maps. Even though we did it already, we have to challenge their maps again to be able to make sure we get hopefully fiber optics, fiber broadband throughout the county. We won't get it throughout the whole county, but part of it. So there it is, local broadband plan. And I don't know if Jeremy, you're doing that, or if Jeremy, the other one's doing it. Okay. Anyway, right there. And so you'll need to go in there, and there should be a click on spot somewhere within it, down towards the bottom of the page. The whole document. So Jeremy's going to get it fixed as soon as we get it, and you'll have that so you can do the test. I also found out that we have the opportunity to get gigabyte speeds through Wi-Fi, and that can happen and might happen within the next year by our current provider. And so I'm hoping that happens, and it's going to be less. So that's a good thing too. Also, and does anybody know, and Josh, you might know this, maybe you guys know, why don't we have any electronic billboards in the county portion of the county?
The county has an ordinance against billboards, period. Not against, but that restricts them to small signage. The county ordinance does not allow billboards in general.
Okay, because I know that it's election time coming up also, and okay, because we had this discussion a while ago. Okay, so that goes to you guys, Leslie. So we need to make sure of that before the political season starts. Yeah, I know, but that, according to what Josh has been telling me, is that ordinance is not according to code. I mean, not code, state law, or... Okay.
But where they're putting it.
Yeah.
Location.
Okay. All right. So I'll leave these other things on revenue updates. Oh, that's not my revenue updates. But anyway, comparisons in the budget and stuff, I'll do those later. As far as there was a request done, and I'd like to see what you guys think about it. We always seem to have updates from our clerk, our county clerk, for expenses, but we don't ever seem to have updates on revenue. Can we start to include that in some of our county commission meetings?
Are you saying like from the treasurer? Is that
Yes.
what you're suggesting? I'm sure we can.
Okay.
That may be a better thing. I guess we could include some type of an update on revenues on our quarterly budget amendment dates. I don't know if that would be helpful.
Okay, that would basically...
Problems with revenues is our major revenues we don't see until November
Right.
of every year, but I suppose there's other revenues that we could talk through.
Yeah, I mean, just give us an update on some of those things that happen throughout the year. Because she's still collecting monies throughout the year, we might as well have an idea of what's going on. I know what's going on, but not everybody else does. Okay, that's it. for
Okay,
now.
Commissioner McConnell.
So the YCC Gala is on February 29th. Would you guys be interested in the county purchasing a table for 10?
Yeah, I
It would
don't
be
remember.
$1,500.
Did we do that in the past? We had talked about it.
We
I think
did
we've
do it one
done
year.
once. We've done it.
I think it's a worthwhile thing to support. I would support that.
I would too.
Okay, I'll take care of that, and then we can just extend the invitation generally to the staff unless you guys want to come.
I think if any of our
Anybody's
staff members
welcome, but
would like to go, they should.
the dinner will be good, the program will be good, they will ask you to donate. That's
29th.
February 29th.
What time do you know?
It's at 6.
6, and their
Mm-hmm.
auctions start earlier, or their donations?
There will be a silent auction. There's bigger sponsorships, but I thought that would be one appropriate for it. It's at the Monarch, and it's actually Thursday, February 29th at 5 o'clock p.m. The Monarch. So I'll tell them that we'll buy a table, and then. So thank you for that. I went to a presentation on land use appeals, and one of the things that Craig Call, he's the former ombudsman, he was the first ombudsman in the state. And one of the things he suggested I thought would be helpful for the county to do is when we make a decision on a land use application, that we don't let our minutes be the sole written record, that we send a letter saying your application was approved on such and such a date or denied on such and such a date, and state the findings in the letter. Do you do that already? Okay. All right.
You're already on top of it.
Okay, so that's great. Because that's the written decision that they then starts their appeal period, and sometimes our minutes are late, and so that's a good thing. And then just with respect to the drinking water source protection ordinance, Jared helped set up a meeting with the health department. I had representatives from the State Division of Drinking Water. They made some suggestions. The revised text has now been sent to the Planning Commission for their consideration, and we'll be getting that back, and we may consider further revisions. So.
Perfect, thank you. Commissioner Anderson had to leave about 8 o'clock, so he wasn't with us for the end of the meeting. Commissioner Wilson. Do we have a request for that? Okay.
I promised.
Thought you were calling me for something. You gotta use the long version of that one.
So there is one awesome thing, and that is Buster submitted his USFS application, and we should know about that soon. So that would be a good thing. I'm talked to Nate from Whitaker Construction, and they had did a sample of the dirt. It works for them. They said that they would take all of it.
Wonderful.
That's $230,000 that we didn't know where that would come from, so that's good. So even if they have to stockpile, they can't use it all right now, but they said if we need to, we'll stockpile it. So that's good news. The thing that I'm concerned about is, and I've talked to Josh about this, is this subdivision that Josh has been working with on the Shadow Creek development on Morgan Valley Drive. And the way they have their 14 5-acre lots doesn't allow them to have wells and septic systems, I guess, by our current codes or ordinances or however that works. They talked about splitting it into 2 different subdivisions. I don't think Josh liked that idea, but the city's putting pressure on them to annex into the city, and they keep approaching them. Of course, the people down there are concerned about that because they could annex into the city, and then the density would increase significantly,
Where is this, on the Peterson property?
Yes.
Okay.
So I don't know what we can do there. Josh had a suggestion. Do you want to speak to it, Josh?
So why can't they do wells and septic on 5-acre lots?
They can, but you're limited to 8. Our code currently limits 8 or less. You can do well and septic in a subdivision. More than that, you have to either propose or a water system has to be available.
And somehow Ravala or whatever.
How is
snuck
Ravala
through.
getting out around that?
Ravala's development agreement, yeah. So
It's because of their development agreement.
well, their original so their original development agreement actually required them to put in a water system. They were going to put in trails. They were going to put in all of these amenities, and then when 2018 came up, when the development agreement was supposed to expire, it expired, and then they renewed it 3 years after it expired in 2021. And the renewal development agreement, it gutted the entire development agreement, removed all of the amenities that they had promised to put in, removed the required water system that they said they were going to put in, and put in a provision in that development agreement that was adopted and approved that allowed for at least 34 wells and septics on lots there. I don't know how it got through.
I
like
do.
that.
So it was passed in April 2021, and that's when the county did not have a county attorney. So that was after Jan left and right before I got here is when that was
and
passed.
when we were new and didn't know what we were doing.
Well, you still should have had the planning and zoning administrator at that time read it and provide a recommendation, and I don't know if he did or not.
But either way, it did get through. It's now expired, and we're meeting with them again tomorrow
So if it's
to discuss a new development agreement or an extension.
if it's expired, wouldn't they have to start all over?
Well, they had applications in process before it expired, and that's kind of my issue. I'm dealing with a preliminary plat where they haven't submitted everything that they need. There's a water certification that they've submitted, but it talks about a hotel, multifamily, and some amenities, but it doesn't say anything about single family. We've been trying to get them to submit a new certification that identifies the single family residential, but they haven't done that. They want to move forward, and I guess we can put them on an agenda and recommend denial, but they have those
But the hope
applications in.
was that they're hopefully revising their development agreement suggestions to put some of those things that were gutted back in, or at least make it follow our code for development agreements, which says that they have to provide greater health, safety, welfare than exists with our current zoning. And so, but a question that was brought up by their attorney, Wade Budge, is, well, what does this go back to if the development agreement expires because it was passed under the PRUD
Well,
zoning,
they're
right? And oh, that's what it was, yeah. And so it's a zoning that no longer exists. My thought was it would go back to the zoning before that, but
that would be my.
but they don't like that answer, and so I think they're trying to.
Is that like agriculture?
I think it is.
I would imagine it's either 820 or ME 160.
And so they're hoping to bring a development agreement that we can recommend, well, Josh's department can recommend approval of, because everything that's been submitted, it would recommend denial. So we tried to give them an opportunity to bring something more to the table.
I do
Tell them
know
to sharpen their pencils because we're going to hit them hard on this
that,
given the situation we're in.
well, that kind of leads me to what I was going to say next, is that they have spent real money for the county in improving and building the bridge that's out there
They
right
have,
now.
and the county granted high density as a result, but then they came in and stripped that out of their agreement. So,
Yes.
to me, they've used that. That's done, and that's been
Okay.
a decade and a half ago. So I don't think they can come in and say, "Hey, we helped put in this infrastructure at this point," because they received what I think the intention of that was, which was much greater density than they currently have in their agreement. They made I assume, a calculated choice to strip that density from the agreement, but
Which would have been why some of the other amenities were pulled out as well. If
Yeah.
than coming back to try to use the things.
If they want it, in my opinion,
So,
the other
I
start
didn't mean
over.
to.
But sorry, we're on a different
Oh,
topic.
well,
Let's get back to this
yeah.
one.
Sorry.
So, I mean, you've seen the project. It's a great project, but I really, personally, I feel like we ought to figure out a way to be able to have this be a county project. I don't want to have our. I don't even know what'll happen if high density goes in Milton.
You need a mic?
So.
You can have mine.
Anyway, I don't know how you want to proceed, Chairman.
I mean, we either change the code or they find a way around some of it, right? I suppose they could bifurcate the project into two. I mean, I know that's not ideal, and I'd hate to suggest that to other developers as well.
Yeah. As the zoning administrator, I would say that they're trying to get around the code and how the code is laid out if they want to bifurcate the project, because they'd have to divide it. They'd have to subdivide it first into two, and then come back with another subdivision and then another subdivision. I don't know. To
They
me
don't
that-
want to do that, really. They don't
No.
want to do that.
So
The other option is you can do a text amendment to increase the number of lots that are allowed with well and septic within a subdivision. That's one option.
or could we change the zoning requirement for that, right? And say you can do a well and septic if your zoning is greater than, 5 acre or greater, instead of, because I think part of our concern with that is if you have these on 1 acre lots, or that's why we brought
It
in the
doesn't
discussion
fit.
up there. That's a
Yeah.
problem, right? Because they're way too close together. On a 5 acre lot, you shouldn't have any trouble putting a well and a septic tank. I mean, there's enough area is what I'm getting, without infringing on your neighbor and whatever.
However you decide to direct staff to proceed, the utilities section will have to be changed. So that will have to be changed, because already it restricts it to 8.
But
I
that,
thought we changed
that
that to
8 is in
10.
the utility section, or that's in the, it's not in the small subdivision section, then it's in the utility
In the
section.
utility.
It's
I-
in the
I
We're
have
not
it
doing a
pulled
small
up.
subdivision here, it's 14 lots.
Right, it says individual or non-public
It's in the
shared
utility.
wells shall only be allowed in subdivisions of 8 lots or less.
That's actually good, because I think it'd be better to make the adjustment in the utility than in the subdivision section, to be honest, if we're trying to resolve it. Seems to me like maybe we say that, I mean, maybe we could adapt that to add a zoning size item as well, because what if you had 20 acre lots, right, and you had 15 of them? You're not going to allow it wouldn't make any sense to run a water
How
system.
many was in that
between 20.
Peterson subdivision, that kind of gated community? I don't know what it was.
Which one?
The one up on the hill?
Yeah.
Legacy?
That wasn't very many, because he did that under the small subdivision. It was less than 10.
Was
I think it was less than 10, from what I remember.
I mean, maybe, Josh, you can look at it and suggest some text amendment to it. I think that's
Okay.
something that
So is
still
this
helps
the-
us.
Is this the one
keeps the
that
intent.
they came to us and asked us to zone or rezone 80 acres? And they're only putting 14
Yep.
homes?
Because we rezoned it to 5 acres.
Which fits that area. you
Yeah,
know?
it does.
And the community was in support of it. They came and supported it, and now they're at a standstill going, oh, we can't.
Yeah, we'd hate to mess that up.
I think that you could propose a text amendment that says, only be allowed in subdivisions of 8 lots or less in areas zoned RR1 or smaller.
Yeah. 20 lots or less in areas zone
But-
are 10 or smaller,
Yeah.
and I don't know, something like that.
That's a good idea.
Okay.
Because then it doesn't restrict the purpose of the code, which is not to be on top
Exactly.
of each other. So.
Perfect.
Okay.
How soon can you have that, Josh? Is that something you could have in the next little while?
Yeah, I can.
No,
could
I don't mean
draft
today.
I could draft it within the next hour if you really want me to. However, there are
calculate
legislative
his comp time
notification
right now.
requirements and stuff.
No, I mean, like, is this could we have it within 2 months, a month?
You could probably have it, probably your second meeting, or, well, so the first meeting in March of the Planning Commission is March 14th. Notifications, yeah, I'd have to send out notifications by March 4th, and then wherever your meeting falls, it might be the first meeting in April.
Okay.
Depending on dates.
I was just thinking it would be good, I think. Have you had conversation with the developer then? It would just be helpful for him to be able to say, hey, we're working on it, but it's gonna take us 2 months or whatever.
Okay.
Just wanted to give him a reasonable time frame.
I'll just call you, Josh, and we'll figure out how,
Okay.
what the time frame is.
Sounds good.
Okay.
So under our code, I would just kind of have a joint, I don't know if it has to be a motion, but once again, a decision with at least 3 of you directing staff to prepare the amendment for purposes of our code.
Any objection to directing staff?
I have zero objection.
Make a motion that we do that.
Okay, we
And
have
I'll
a
second
motion.
it.
I'll second.
All those in favor of the motion to direct staff to work
Aye.
on this ordinance?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Motion
And
passes.
my last thing would be a request for a closed session to discuss collective bargaining.
Okay. All right, we have a request for a closed session to discuss collective bargaining. A second?
Second.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay,
With a
motion
limit